activated. Please enter your username. Username accepted.
Move my body back and forth.
Welcome to the last and final day of the Adapt International Convention 2022. Today marks the second day of the convention, and my name is Dante. I will be your host for today on Room 2. We are so happy to have you all with us, and we are incredibly excited to see that you have all been learning so much yesterday. Now, even though it is the last day, the lineup is still astonishing as ever. Please let us know in the comment section which of these speakers you're most looking forward to today. And of course, let us know which part of the world you're watching Adapt 2022 from, because we really want to know where you're from. All right, without further ado, let's start our first session for today with our amazing lineup of speakers.
Hello everyone, Kawa here. Today we're going to look into Metaverse architecture, a look into the future of property. Our Resume Architect is a full-fledged architecture consultancy. We do real-life architecture, and of course, at the same time, we serve a lot of clients across these years and have been featured in a lot of media throughout these years. Our venture into Web3 are superseded by the efforts to create virtual architecture into some of these amazing NFT artists' galleries. And of course, naturally, the idea of NFT intrigued us. And the idea of representation in a tokenized environment where every token is registered in a secure ledger, the idea of thinking about how this technology can be transferred into property started from a simple change of the letter T from token to terraces. Terraces is one of the most popular residential class. It is the exact opposite of NFTs, which is unique and personalized, hence the non-fungible aspect of it. Meanwhile, terrace houses are usually standardized and repetitive. But if you look at the natural cost of progression of a landed terrace house, individual owners are desperate to express their individuality, turning a repetitive housing row into a non-fungible housing row where it's all fairly personalized to the taste of the individual. And of course, terrace house remains the most popular residential segment, and it's derived from our colonial past, looking into how this new township after the independence has adopted this fairly efficient housing model. But at that moment of time, terrace houses were fairly small. And as time goes, it become more and more premium. And with stratification, terrace house could go up 3 or to 4 stories. And this also affects the affordability of these houses. Of course, when they become bigger, they become more premium and they serve higher segment of the market. And of course, the major cities are in Malaysia, even though stratified apartments or high-rises dominated most of the skyline today, terrace house remain one of the most popular housing product. So when COVID came, this past 4 years has accelerated the adoption of technology and advancement of technology as equivalent for the last 100 years, with the adoption of hybrid work and learning environment, with the emphasis on shopping through online means. And of course, we are able to connect to more people as smart home furniture and appliances has become mainstream. And in the near future, autonomous driving vehicle will become the staple of our road. And of course, with that, electrification of mobility. Hence, architecture will be modularized to cope with the demand of the future, but at the same time, sustainable and more resilient than ever. Food is also another factor, and as you can see today, production of food are fairly crucial. Production of food will slowly transfer into more sterile environment, more artificial environment where they can be harvested more efficiently, and commerce will be done in a cashless virtual environment. This is the preset of SIMW Home Concept 2030 competition, which jointly organized by SIMW Property and Tubuhan Architect Malaysia, that we find intrigue. And this narrative is supported by the 4 pillars of the competition. If you look at the democratization of simpler things like frozen yogurt, a small ticket item, and you are spoiled with choices. And as you grew, or the purchase become a little bit more important to the point where you need to get a higher purchase loan, for example, a car, the amount of democratization or customization dramatically goes down. And when you buying something as expensive as property that you might be paying the mortgage for 25 to 35 years, you are fairly left with no choice. So this is the paradox. As things that you bought get more and more expensive, more serious per se, you are not offered with more options, but the exact opposite of it. So that's why we come up with the idea of a non-fungible terraces, where each terrace houses is fairly unique. And the idea is to create a street with character, but at the same time, still have a architectural design language that is homogeneous, harmonious, and integrated. So if you look at the steps per se, we just try to make it fairly easy. Edit, mint, and build. These 3 steps as easy as ABC. In a collaborative environment, you can design your own house. So we presented that idea, and fortunately, we won. I think this is some of the things that, in line with SIMW's core values, to give options, making purchasing property more democratic. And we get a lot of great coverage from local newspapers and, of course, overseas as well. We are featured in August, Tetler Hong Kong's issue. And basically, this idea are based on 4 main ideas. They came from NFT and also Metaverse. So first is generative art. Number 2 is physical digital, or what we call it phygital, a combination of both, interaction of physical and digital, the world of Metaverse, and of course, the decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO. So if you look at generative arts, it's the empowerment of artificial intelligence to work on a certain algorithm, to work on a certain preset geometry or elements in order to create generative arts. So if you look at how a possible house could be broken down, for example, to walls, doors, window, and roof, with only few presets, we can already produce a good number of customized house. And if you just imagine we introduce 1 or 2 additional SKUs, the outcome will be almost infinite. If we keep adding on new and better technologies in the future, the combination will be endless, will be infinite. Number 2, of course, even though we are talking about the Metaverse, to a certain extent, we have to understand the value are packed to the physical entity. So in order for that, we have to bridge the physical and digital. The idea is to create a phygital terrace or terrace houses, okay? But they perform different functions. Physical terrace house, of course, for you to live in the actuality of the space. Meanwhile, the digital is for other things that could be not possible in the physical space. There are three phygital modes: digital model, digital shadow, and digital twin. Digital model is fairly a rough representation of the physical one. And of course, they don't actually interact unless manual input or manual data is being inserted in between them. Meanwhile, digital shadow is when the physicality is reflected in digital, okay, without having to have any manual input. So the information flows one direction. Update in the physical house will update the digital house. If we can get to the digital twin where information flows automatically for the physical and digital and vice versa. And the idea of this phygital use of the metaverse version of the house could be as an extension of your home office, which is the virtual office. And of course, if you are a small SMEs operating from your house, you can turn your metaverse terrace house into a virtual shop. So I'm not necessarily advocating the house should be an exact replica of your physical house. It could be an alternate version of your physical house. Of course, when everyone is on the digital platform, it can be utilized as neighborhood management. When you have this digital version, it also can assist you with home automation and management. You can manage your electrical usage, your utility bills, and of course, turning on and off certain smart appliances in your house. Now, if you look at Metaverse, it is just a fairly broad umbrella. Anything that offer different realm that is beyond this universe in a 3D virtual world could be considered as a metaverse. So in the metaverse, there are certain foundational elements that are needed to ensure that metaverse can run. The internet, of course, the open standard of media, so things could come across from one metaverse system to the next. Open programming language and standards, decentralized ledger and smart contract, which an important element to give value to the metaverse. I mean, of course, you can have a virtual world without any proof of ownership, but the idea of having value stored in the metaverse is what make it attractive today. You need a hardware to access this metaverse, either extended or mixed reality apparatus or your computer and phones. And of course, how you experience metaverse will differ the medium the metaverse is designed for. Now, if you look at the popularity of this particular medium for experience, definitely right now they are more focused on headsets and followed closely by mobiles that usually leverage on augmented reality technologies. Meanwhile, devices that is in the scale of a room due to the prohibiting costs, and of course, you need space to do it, is fairly catching up, but still has room for improvement. And the focus of real estate metaverse should be covering these three layers: experience, of course, and discovery to create a layer of content, okay, duration, and to a certain extent, maybe there is an economy revolved around it. Of course, Metaverse does not exist in its own echo chamber. Metaverse is actually a consolidation of other technologies. And of course, we have virtual space for quite some time now. But the reason why it came back with a value this time, due to the fact of advent of NFTs powered by blockchain. And somehow a lot of metaverse have their own tokenomics, that it is a form of cryptocurrency that running on a decentralized ledger. So all this came into a system that is visual, that is interactive, that is engaging, which is the metaverse. The idea of using metaverse in real estate is first to visualize the real estate, and to a certain extent, digital land. The digital land will be populated by digital product in a phygital environment, a mirror of your actual property. So this is some of the use cases that has been utilized around the world. Decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAO, play an important role. The idea was to create an entity that is free and, hopefully more democratic, as the power to vote is distributed evenly to everyone. The idea was really to relook the existing model of a property management corporation that used to be the independent party that somehow managed the property on the owner's behalf, and of course coordinate efforts, collective efforts of the particular property to ensure it runs smoothly. To a certain extent, DAO might have the ability, a bit more sophisticated DAO, definitely. DAO is in infancy. Development are needed to ensure that DAO can operate to utmost efficiency, that manage, for example, the motions of the particular stakeholders of the property if they want to, raise maintenance or even make payments to third-party vendors that actually serving the property. Now, if you look at it, it is basically, some of the obvious use case for DAO in property or real estate will be voting during the annual meeting, and of course the sense of togetherness, the democratization of managing the property. Each property will have their own deed that is legal to the country that issue, the title, the deed. But at the same time, if the property wants to be fractionalized, NFT is a good mechanism that you can prove partial ownership of that particular property. And of course, utilities are also possible to be paired with their NFTs to enjoy other lifestyle perks. For example, maybe access to a certain community or events, or engaging, in a social party, or even use it as a proof of social currency that you are living in a certain neighborhood, to a point where these utilities are fairly wide. And of course, this is also a growing areas that will be more and more attractive in the future and more sophisticated, of course. I think that is all. And obviously, this is just the beginning. And who know where these ideas, this innovation will lead us. Thank you so much for listening, and looking forward to see you again in the future. Take care. Bye.
双击666，开启我们今天人格化 IP 面面观的一个分享。666，好嘞，那也正式跟大家认识一下哦。那目前是深圳市的创业导师，也是腾讯生态圈的创投教练。在我人生中有几段经历，比如说港大毕业之后，我去了1年10个国家100个城市的一个 gap year， 也完成了我人生中的第一次向外去探求自己内在的一个自己。在这1年过程中做过翻译，做过导游，也做过信利歌剧院的卖票员，在唐人街也摆过地摊，在孔子书院也教过书，等等这样的经历让我可能对生活、对工作、对事业有一些不一样的洞悉。我很有幸是2019年被人民日报评选为中国的青年代表，也一起跟黄晓明等明星一起上了一个微博热搜。那 那这些经历其实分享是来自于说，我们对于每个人，我们都有自己一个 IP 的一个塑造。那我是通过这样的一个教育经历、职场经历去塑造成我的一些 IP 点。那也跟大家分享一下，可能大体大家会对我一个认知是有这样的一个3句话。有玩感是来自于说，因为我在互联网公司工作，而且一直是从事互联网公司相关的一些事情，那这个玩感是一个非常有标志性的一个特征。另外的话，就是一直我们在做创始人孵化，我第1.0的一个 IP 叫有玩感、有态度、有专业。但是后面我们在专业输出 IP 的时候，我们发现其实它并不是特别的通俗易懂。所以我们在自我介绍，包括我们在提炼过程的时候，也是一个相符。我们怎么去让人家更多去记住我？后面又提炼了一个叫有趣、有料、有温度。这一个其实可能更符合我们说短视频化，在直播自媒体的这种自媒体里面，更多去让人家记住你。所以有趣来自于说我之前的一些经历，包括我的个人可能也是有更多一些想法和阅历大批的粉丝是因为你的趣味，是因为你的有料，是因为你的有温度吸引到这么多人。那这个其实是提炼一开始我们每一次视频过程中，我们都会有一个这样的一个话叫我是君，一位有趣有料有温度的教练。那看似这样子一句简单的一个 IP， 可能也是需要我们经历我们从最开始的一个教育背景，包括我们的职场背景以及我们的兴趣经历，去高度去提炼我们有且仅有的那一句 slogan， 这个或许就是我们的一个 IP， 也用这样的一个方式展开我们今天这个 IP 的一个话题。那今天其实我们给到了一个话题大纲是有这么5部分，第一块可能会更多跟大家去阐述一下，从一个宏观角度去看一下人格化 IP 究竟是什么。第二个 IP 的账号包括 IP 本身为什么要进行人格化打造，它的价值、它的意义是什么？第3，打造人设对内容创作和传播有哪些作用？第4，如何打造和运营一个成功的人格化 IP？当然，最后我们会跟大家一起分享一下打造人格化 IP 过程中有哪些坑包括我们在竞争中如何破圈，这些问题其实都是我们特别辛苦的腾讯新闻的小伙伴根据大家的一些需求收集汇总起来的特别有共识的5个点。那好，那我们开始进入到我们今天的第一部分的一个学习。那好。那我们说关于人格化 IP， 可能 IP 这个词大家应该不陌生从最开始大家对它认知是一个知识产权。那知识产权这个 IP 可能是我们传统意义上包括我们在各种百科上面看到了一些认知，但是我们今天要去聊的这个 IP 更多可能聚焦是人格化的 IP。那究竟是什么样的人格化 IP？ 那比如说给大家分享一下我们看到了这几幅图片，第一个像米老鼠，像皮卡丘像罗振宇，像樊登等等这些大佬，包括这些形象大家都不陌生但是这些东西它能给我们带来什么呢？其实它就是一个印象，一个品牌符号一个甚至可能就是一个形象或者是一句特别记忆犹新的一句话这个其实就是一个 IP 的一个雏形，包括它慢慢通过内容去萃取成最后的那一句 IP 的一个 slogan， 让人家记住它那我们来看一下，我对 IP 的一个定义其实是这样子的，是 IP 是以内容为基础，占领用户心智的一个品牌符号。那我们再去理解这个 IP 的时候，我们会分为3个重要的一个节点。第一个节点是叫以内容为基础。内容也就是说内容其实这个内容是一个比较大的，它可以是图文，它可以是短视频，它可以是直播，它也可以是它的一个生产的这种实体的产品这个内容其实是广泛意义上的内容包括我们今天if老师通过视频方式跟大家分享我的 IP 的课程，也是一种内容，而且这还是一个优质的原创内容。那第二个点，其实我们要去理解 IP 它是占领用户心智的，就包括我们说用户心智，它更多就是每个人在 在我们脑海中留下的一个烙印是什么？比如说，我们会很容易去记住一些品牌符号给到我们的一些反馈包括我们可能想到格力会想到董明珠雷军我们会想到小米，它可能就是一种用户心智所搭建最后的第三个很重要点叫品牌符号这个符号有可能就是一个形象包括刚才看到了皮卡丘这个 Hello Kitty 等等，它其实最后呈现出来就是那一个符号所以这个可能是我的一个理解但是我也看到了很多大家对于不同 IP 的一些理解我觉得都没有错，更多是我们要聚焦说在哪一个场合和哪一个领域里面我们去使用好它。那 IP 其实它有一些特质，那我跟大家分享一下我认为的 IP 三大特质，它第一个是辨识度。何为辨识度？其实它有别于其他的普通的产品，它之所以能成为品牌，之所以能成为 IP， 它是一定是有辨识度的。我们在人群中一眼望过去，它就会很容易被记住，很容易脱颖而出。这个就是 IP 很重要的一个点，就是它具备有辨识度。包括我们看到了很多品牌符号这个东西其实它很重要一点就是辨识度的一个特质。第二个，其实 IP 它会带给我们很多的一些共鸣度。IP 的一个价值，肯定是因为它有一群热爱它、喜欢它，甚至为它去付费买单的一群粉丝、用户，甚至可以进阶成为客户。这个就是因为它在这个过程中，它在跟这个 IP 交互过程中、使用过程中，它产生了很多共鸣所以共鸣度一定是 IP 应该特有的。比如说像我刚才提到的罗振宇这一个 IP， 它最开始是因为发60秒钟的逻辑思维的这种语音可能大家每天听他一条60秒钟的语音的时候，会得到一个共鸣，就是我通过他的分享，我得到了我人生的启发，得到了我事业的一些新的一些思考，那这个就是共鸣。那可能在 IP 最开始的时候，特别是在做内容的 IP 的时候，一定要强调共鸣度，我们要去准确的把握到我们的用户，他在这个点他会想到哪些东西。那第三个是我们的链接度。何谓链接度？就是 IP 其实它一定需要具备有商业价值的，它才是一个好的 IP。包括我们看到这些 IP 最后它会变成很高效的一些可传播的符号，包括它可以成为 IP 授权、IP 周边、IP 产品，包括 IP 的联名合作等等。这个是因为它可以跟各种各样的一个场合、各种各样的一些产品去高度链接它的特质来自于这3点，也分享给大家：辨识、共鸣和链接。那么我们作为一个 IP， 其实它有什么样的方向可能说大家一般会理解到的有几大方向，跟大家说一下。第一个是产品化的 IP。产品化的 IP 其实来自于说我们更多的是以实体产品为主，去搭建我们自己的品牌，包括刚才看到了像 Snoopy Hello Kitty 这些其实都是以产品化方向去搭建 IP 的一个方向。第二个是内容 IP 像我们刚才提到樊登这种，它是以读书推荐读书物的这种方式做了一个系列的内容，而且把它的樊登这个 IP 把它搭得很高，而且它是在短视频时代做这一个算是矩阵化的视频账号做得非常好的一个 IP， 因为它是深度的把内容扎得很深，而且很垂直大家都会想说我给小朋友去推荐读书，或是听他来去讲一本书的时候，可能就会想到这个 IP。那这个是我们说在内容 IP 很重要一个点，就是你要深耕某个领域，去通过内容去传达。那第三个是人格化 IP， 人格化 IP 普遍我们现在目前在中国的互联网上看到的多数都是偏一些企业家创始人，包括一些自媒体的一些创作者博主为主因为为什么是这波人他更容易被看见？因为本身他们其实就是已经超越了前面的产品化、内容化，他肯定背后会有自己的公司有可能他公司就有产品的，那本身他具备有内容输出的能力所以它就会更容易成为人格化 IP。 所以这一个环呢很重要一点，就是我们一开始可能在琢磨产品、琢磨内容，但最后其实如果你要真正 被广泛的去记住，其实人格化 IP 是非常非常重要的，也是非常具备说长远意义的。因为我们可能会更多的去遗忘某一个产品带给我们的一些使用的一些感受，但是我们一定不会轻易的忘记某一个人他去给我们的肺腑之言，包括他给到我们这一个整代人的一些影响的一些价值。所以今天讲这个人格化 IP 也是希望说我们更好的从产品化、内容化去提炼，进阶成为一个人格化的 IP。那简言之，其实 IP 我们要做人格化 IP，第一要点就是要让 IP 要有人味。那什么样子的 IP 要有人味？那接下来我们一起来探讨一下啊。我们经常要说，我们做某个事情一定要有一个带着 why 的精神。那这句话还有一个顺口溜可以跟大家说一下：凡事先问 why， 要想成果快，全靠 what 和 how 来带。这个话其实运用到任何场景都非常适用。对于我们来讲，我们开启一个事情的时候，要先去挖掘它本源的东西，那就是这个 why。那结果要怎么样子去更好去落地，那一定是 what 和 how 的这一方面去深度的去落实。那么今天Eve 老师也会带着大家去深挖一下我们这个 why， 同时也不忘给大家更多的一些知识干货和方法论的东西，也就是会帮大家一起沉淀一下这个 what 和 how 的东西。那我们一起来期待一下接下来的内容。那么为什么要做人格化 IP 打造？那相信每个人可能都有自己的一些思考。那今天听到我们直播间的伙伴们，如果你本身已经在搭建 IP， 已经在做一些更多的 IP 的一些宣发的同时，你们可能的思考不一样。那同时还有一波人可能还没有在做一些 IP， 准备做 IP， 那可能你们的思考这个 why 是不太一样的。那我跟大家分享一下，从我已经做 IP， 而且IP 已经得到了更多人知道，而且有变现的这一个角度，可能去看过去这个 IP 的一个价值的时候，跟大家提炼了3个点。第一个叫被看见。人格化 IP 的第一点是因为我们更容易被100亿平台的流量和用户看见。那我们仅微信平台，其实它的用户就是12亿。那我们还有各大的平台，包括我们新闻的平台、视频的平台，还有各大合作平台，其实这个流量是非常大的。那它是很容易成为被分享、传播，甚至可以去被过度的去包装的，成为最后大家有且记住的一个很重要的一个品牌符号。因为它具备传播性，它也很容易被看见，所以它的一个价值是因为很容易在众多 IP 中是破圈这个也是人格化 IP 很重要的一个点。第二个点是我们是更容易在公域流量转化成私域流量，也就是说它这个可链接的价值非常大。也是比较推荐说我们在做产品化内容 IP 之上，其实人格化 IP 是因为具备了更容易与商家、品牌、粉丝等合作的链接性可能这一个如果我们单纯是做一个产品一个品类的，我们可能只能服务于这个行业这个品类的一些产品，那相对来说它是有局限性的。那我们做一定的内容，比如说我是做财经内容，我是做旅游内容，我做美食内容，它也是有一定的垂直性的。但是如果你是做人格化 IP， 我这个人我有生活的一面，我也有工作的一面，我有兴趣爱好的那一部分可能是多姿多彩的，可能是非常更容易去跟各大商家、各大品牌，包括喜欢我的粉丝，他会呈现出不同的状态、不同的一个角色。那这个可链接性是非常非常有价值的。第3个点是叫有前途。有前途来自于说我们更容易用人格化 IP 去做一些内容的植入，包括去做一些广告带货、直播带货等等因为这一个其实是非常直接转化成钱的。那也是更容易人格化 IP 去积累无形的资产、人脉资源包括我作为 Eve 君在做 IP 的时候，对比我以前在腾讯做一个职场人的时候，很大的不同就是很多人会通过我这个 IP 去链接到我，去认识我进而会去成为我的一些粉丝，甚至我的客户 不瞒大家讲，其实我在做 IP 的时候，我会收到很多一些可能在我之前职场中，压根都不会出现的一些人比如说在我们的合作过程中，包括做视频号，在做一些公众号，创投一金这个账号里面，其实有很多人会跟我私信，我不妨发现有很多私信是一些比如说一些政府官员包括甚至有些是区长甚至有一些可能是在各大之前我的行业领域上不会出现的一些人，他们都因为看到你的 IP 的内容，觉得你是有价值的，他想跟你链接，想跟你做更多的一些交流。那这些其实都是我们可能在之前做的事情上是没有去设想的，它会给到我们更多一些可能性。所以我们在做人格化 IP 的好处，也跟大家分享一下，就是更容易被看见、可链接、有前途。那关于 IP 人设，这个其实也是我们在评论区，包括我自己，其实也有去看我们腾讯新闻的小伙伴的一个评论。首先我们大家都会问到说要不要做人设，人设好不好？怎么样做 IP 人设？那一旦人设崩塌了怎么办？这是所有的问题，相信都会萦绕到我们的脑海中，我们都会在想，对这些问题重要。但是其实如果真正我们想清楚，我们怎么去输出我们的内容 IP 价值的时候，它可能并没那么重要。我们接下来分享一下下面的内容。来，我们先看一下给用户上个墙。我们看到了好多小伙伴在我们的腾讯新闻创作课堂里面的评论，非常的好。我给大家截图了一小部分，而且大家提到了人设，比如说是一个人物设定，是让人物性格特别清晰的标签化的一个很好的一个方式。也有人提到了人设，它是一个无形的资产，它可以帮助别人去更好留住一些记忆点，提升一些辨析度。这些我觉得这个观点都非常好。当然也有一些包括这一个好看零下的一个伙伴提了一个，我觉得是一个不同维度的点。他说人设等于这个账号的一个号设包括我们现在做一个账号，可能我们在想说账号跟我个人的人设它是对等吗？有可能是对等，但有可能是你要从这里面去提炼出不同的账号的一个号设。那它是否说应该是一成不变的，还是说要做一些突破？我觉得这个也是提到了一个很好的一个点。那包括其实也有人说，人设可能是不是更像一种表演或者是更像一种包装更多像是一些我们为了达成一个品牌的一个目的，或是流量的一个需求去搭建的一个这样子对外输出的一个 IP。我觉得各种各样的一些网友的一些声音，会让我们看到，其实我们在做讨论人格化 IP 的时候，会多了一些不一样的一些见解。那我也跟大家来分享一下，比如说我们听到这几个给大家发的这一个是叫 Hello Google，这个 Hello Google 就是这句话，其实是我们打开这个 App 的时候，我们都会听到的一句话。包括可能我们看到了这一个黄色的这 M 这个字母，在商场或者是说在开着车高速路上，我们远远的看到了这一个话，我们都会想到我们可以开进去休息一下，买个汉堡，点杯可乐，休息一下，因为它的一个品牌符号其实已经深入到我们脑海中，我们知道它就是知名的一个品牌商麦当劳包括我们可能从嗅觉上的一些情况，其实也有些像包括榴莲臭豆腐北京豆汁香水其实这些东西为什么要跟大家提炼一下？而且这3个东西是各自代表了不同维度的品牌符号，这一个多场景的视觉化体现了包括你像我左下角的这一个有一个这样的一个形象通过我们课程，通过我们的这种自媒体呢去做一些传播。所以给大家一个很好的建议，就是我们做人格化 IP 要更好的去提炼我们的形象化和视觉化的一个 IP 的一个点这样子会更容易去特别是利于微信生态的自传播。那为什么他要去做这个自传播？他这个 IP 它怎么样子去做人格化的一个自传播？跟大家提炼了一下这3个重要点，叫人设标签等于听觉锤加视觉锤加嗅觉锤。不知道各位对 这3个锤是什么样的理解哈？首先我们说各种去 Google 百度一下，其实这个大家都知道什么意思。但是我们今天从这个 IP 人设人设标签这个话题上，我们去理解说它究竟是什么。我们回顾一下，比如说听觉锤，就是像我们这一页里面的酷狗的这个东西，我们听到一些声音，包括我们可能听到某一些手机铃声，比如说以前的诺基亚的声音，包括一些这种ThinkPad 这种电脑一些开机声音，其实它都是去搭建了一个听觉锤，让大家更好的去因为这个声音去记住这个品牌符号。那第二个嗅觉锤，其实也就是我们提到了像榴莲臭豆腐豆汁香水因为它的味道，我们去记住它的一个品牌。那不难记住，包括我们很多一些做餐饮的、开店的，我们会看到一些店长、一些商家会用一些特殊的一些味道去吸引周边的一些粉丝们、一些用户们进去。为什么我们在那些地铁和商场交接处的时候，大家可能细心会发现，普遍这个交接处里面卖的东西都是一些味道特别强的，比如说卖面包因为面包它新拿出来端出来那个香腾腾的味道是很容易扩散的。那在这个地铁人来人往的时候，因为味道，它可能就会往商场走多一步。这其实也是一个我们说人格化 IP 很重要的点，就是通过嗅觉去影响人。那我们提到的麦当劳这一个标签，其实就是一个视觉锤我们看到了这个符号，我们就会想到麦当劳比如说我们看到了星巴克的那个女神像我们就会知道就是一杯咖啡的一个品牌。那这个东西其实就是我们的人设标签。那对于我们说去搭建人设标签的时候，我们要想清楚，我们是更擅长去搭建一个听觉锤，还是视觉锤，还是嗅觉锤？因为现在全网已经有将近100万的人下载过这一个表情包，它可能无形中就把这个人格化的 IP 扩散出去了。一开始的时候，我们去做的时候，我们更适合去搭建一个听觉锤，还是一个视觉锤？亦或者可能你是做餐饮的、做店面的、做产品的、做美食的，我们一定要强调是我们的嗅觉锤。
Hello, my name is Angelica Salvi del Pero. I work at UCD, where I lead the work on the ethical implications of AI in the workplace. Today, I would like to present the main finding of our work on this topic based on a recent report that we just published. So let me start by saying that comparable evidence on the use of AI systems in the workplace is still scant, and UCD is doing a lot of work on this right now. In the meanwhile, the evidence we found suggested the use of AI in the workplace is growing. For example, the 2019 Gartner surveys found that 17% of the organizations use AI solution in their HR function. The literature finds that many benefits arise from the use of AI in the workplace. It can complement and augment human capabilities. It increases productivity and the demand for human labor in certain jobs. It can also improve worker safety and reduce the amount of tedious tasks that workers need to do at work. But there are also a number of risks, including ethical concerns that arise when AI is used in the workplace. As shown in this slide, a BC Gamma survey finds that 65% of workers fear that AI might dehumanize their work, and 64% of them fear that AI will pose problems in terms of protection of their personal data. To look into what are the main ethical risks when we want to make the use of AI trustworthy, we have identified 4 main core dimensions of trustworthiness of AI in the workplace. First, human rights, which include privacy, fairness, agency, and dignity. Second, transparency and explainability. Third, robustness, security, and safety. And fourth, accountability. I will go into a bit more detail for each one of these, but first let me say that these dimensions of trustworthiness are based on the OECD principles for responsible stewardship of trustworthy AI, to which more than 40 countries have adhered since its adoption in 2019. So if we start with the first dimension of trustworthiness, human rights, this includes privacy, fairness, and agency. The deployment of predictive models and the processing of unstructured and richer data has transformed the nature of workers' monitoring, posing risks for their privacy. The use of remote surveillance software has increased exponentially during the COVID crisis, when telework became much more common. There is software that captures frequent live photos of workers from the laptop, and some companies have been found to monitor workers' activity also on social media or their location outside working hours to discourage collective action. The second risk that we see for human rights is the possible loss of autonomy. Systematic management through AI systems can reduce the ability of workers to decide on how to do certain tasks that are assigned to them and their agency in them. And so ultimately, this will reduce their creativity and innovation, besides making them feel less worthy. For example, when using AI for medical diagnosis, doctors are often face pressure to follow the advice of the system. Instances of bias and discrimination in AI systems have been also widely reported. In principle, using AI to formalize rules for management processes make decision more objective and therefore would reduce discrimination. But in fact, AI systems struggle with bias. There is bias in who can see job postings, bias in how algorithms rank job applicants, and bias in facial recognition systems that are used to authenticate workers or even to assess the performance in some interviews. Bias can happen both at the data level or at the input level due to historical data that are biased or non-representative samples or incomplete and outdated data. And there is also bias at the system level through the choices that are made when AI systems are designed. Overall, compared to biases in human-led decisions, biased AI systems are likely to systematize existing biases. So this is the real risk, that the same bias is applied over and over and is therefore reinforced in the labor market. The second core dimension of trustworthiness resolves around transparency and explainability. Workers are not always aware they're being hired, monitored, or managed by AI. And job applicants, for example, are not necessarily informed that their application material is being screened by algorithms. In the US, some employees who refuse to take part in AI-led wellness programs in their workplace have faced termination of their employer-provided health insurance. And even if employers are supposed to obtain employees' consent for the use of their personal data, it can be very difficult for workers to deny such consent. The second dimension I want to mention is explainability. The outcomes of many AI systems are very difficult to explain, especially for off-the-shelf AI systems, which offer less control over the design, development, and application of the system itself. Explainability does not mean giving an explanation of the full AI decision-making process, but rather being able to give interpretable information about the determinant factors that led to a certain recommendation or decision. The lack of explainability also hinders the ability to challenge an outcome for workers. This especially is true for platform workers, who were not able sometimes to obtain explanations on how deliveries were assigned to some of them and why some of them were removed from the platform itself. Moving to the third dimension of trustworthiness, we look at robustness and safety. There are multiple examples of AI that help keep workers safe, but AI can also lead to excessive work intensification, as reported in some warehouses, or can expose to more severe consequences when there is a breach of data. Looking finally at accountability, it is difficult to decide who is legally responsible if something goes wrong when AI systems are used in the workplace. Is it the programmers? Is it the developers or the employers? In the workplace, if developers and designers are not involved, most responsibility will shift to employers. Approaches to improve accountability in the workplace include doing audits and having a human in the loop to approve decisions or predictions made by AI systems before they are actually implemented. So our work then looks at the policy response that countries have been using, and we find that the policies are actually span across a broad range of tools, from self and co-regulation to the application of existing policies and regulation to the development of new AI-specific policies. Let's start with existing legislation. This is legislation that, while not being AI-specific, is relevant to us when AI systems are used in the workplace. The first example I mentioned is anti-discrimination laws. These laws are applicable to hiring through AI systems. The emerging evidence is that even if the existing legal framework is strong, enforcing it when AI systems are used can be challenging, especially if attempts to redress need to be initiated by the worker or individual applicants. Secondly, I want to mention data protection legislation. In Europe, the GDPR, for example, enshrines rights such as the right to transparent information, the right of access, or the right to rectification, which can address some of the concerns I mentioned above. And finally, among relevant existing legislation, let me mention consumer protection legislation, which is also being used. This happened, for example, when employers who bought AI hiring systems that were marketed as objective, or actually more objective than humans, appear to instead produce more discriminatory outcomes. The second big category of relevant policies is whole of government policy efforts have implications for use of AI in the workplace. One of the most discussed at the moment is the UI Act, which proposes a regulation based on categorization of risks, which range from minimal to unacceptable. Some of the workplace systems may have elements of unacceptable risk and would therefore be banned, but generally AI systems used in the workplace would be considered high risk. And so they would be subjected to data protection, transparency, and human oversight, among other things. We also have on our radar the US Algorithmic Accountability Act, which would introduce mandatory impact assessment for these tools. But the bill has not made significant progress since being presented in 2019. Since we published the paper, relevant policies are also being released in Canada and are being developed in the UK. The third and final category of policies that are those that are specific to the use of AI systems in the workplace. These are still quite rare, but we have a number of interesting cases. In Illinois, for example, workers need to inform candidates about the use of AI system in video interviews for recruitment. And Maryland bans the use of facial recognition in interviews for employment without consent. New York City Council is banning automated employment decision tools without annual bias audits. And in Spain, thanks to legislation linked to a collective bargaining agreement, platforms have to provide workers' representatives with information on the algorithmic formula used to determine working conditions. Overall, these policies are very important developments, but they also show the need for better enforcement. For example, the Illinois law is unclear on what kind of explanation need to be given to candidates, or what happens if a candidate refuses to be analyzed in this way. And the New York City Council law leaves potential for vendor-sponsored audits to rubber stamp their own technologies. Overall, I will conclude by saying that we see a strong need for policy and guidance to ensure trustworthy AI in the workplace. There are many opportunities that AI can bring if we address these risks and make AI trustworthy. So with this, I will end. Let me thank you very much for your attention. Please do look our work up on our website, and especially the forthcoming OECD International Conference that we will have on this topic in March 2023. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex Honcher, and here in this speech I want to talk about the topic that is very controversial and in a way it doesn't even make any sense, but I hope in a couple of minutes from now you'll see actually how much sense it does make and how beneficial it can be in your own practice and applications of AI, machine learning and data science. I've been working in this field basically all my conscious professional career. Started working with different small ventures, startups, helping them to create things from the very, very zero when there is no data present, no solutions, no validated market fit, but we had to go somehow and bring it to the market. And as well work with the bigger ventures, mainly in the investment management field. And there is a lot of processes, a lot of benchmarks, a lot of standards, a lot of data, a lot of competition. And you need to stand out there as well using the main topic of today's speech, data science, machine learning. And the main narrative in the market that we observe, that we see, some of us like, some of us don't, is about the big data. And all the cloud providers, they're happy to host the big data, they're happy to promote it because they're one of the main beneficiaries of this trend. Of course, the makers of the graphic processing units and other supercomputers that also are really happy to process the data using the heavy lifting algorithms. And it looks like without the data, without the big data, you cannot build the AI products, you cannot do the data science. And the question is, how can you hack the system, especially if you're a startup, especially if you're a young venture, especially if you're the spin-off or doing something really complicated where you cannot amass a lot of data simply physically. And another part of this narrative is that's also really well promoted, which is also not necessarily true, is so-called data flywheel. Like you can get more users, collect more data, you build better algorithms, and somehow automatically you get better product that also drives more users. This is not really the case, because if you look at the illustration on the right, the most of typical users, they're coming so-called fat head of a distribution of the different situations, processes, examples, and data pieces. But actually, most of the data, like in case of the search traffic, 70%, is some situation that doesn't really happen often. They belong to the long tail, rare, weird, interesting, non-standard situations that big data doesn't really cover. And this is the real distribution of the data. And this is breaking the data flywheel, which is again promoted by the bigger players. And this is the situation we observe mainly in the startups that are arising around big digital data, tabular data, a lot of images, natural language processing, internet scale data, million users, and trying to optimize some relatively simple routine process. And we can somehow get the two worlds of the AI here, which one is kind of traditional, is a digital world of bits and bytes, where we want to automate some routine tasks, maybe some recommendation systems, maybe just checking the internet messages with the natural language processing, maybe understanding the speech of people, which can give us linear boost of productivity. Basically, the more time you save, this is how you linearly boost or save boost the revenue or save some expenses. And the people who are building these kind of solutions, they're like people with the really business background. They understand the patterns, understand the data, and they create it for the regular people or users. And the developers who are integrating the AI solutions, they're basically creating them. And of course, it's all around the massive data, relatively standard algorithms that are actually commoditized. And there is a single optimization criteria, let's say accuracy, speed, this kind of stuff. And also there is the second cluster, which is much less known, but I would make an argument much more interesting. It's about physical world. It's about atoms and molecules. It's about physics, biology, chemistry, healthcare, energy, utilities, defense, automotive, and basically, let's say, real sector, real physical world. And the tasks that we are solving there are usually more scientific. It's the predictive maintenance, drug discovery, automotive driving cars. It's, let's say, more into engineering, more into expertise. And the boosts are non-linear. Take predictive maintenance. The earlier you can find a problem in your physical asset, then non-linearly is coming the saving of the costs. Since the process is technical and complex, often scientists and experts are founders. They creating such solutions for the also expert and scientific users, and developers also have to be scientifically and expertise heavy. You cannot just come and integrate some simple, not custom algorithms. And since data is expensive to obtain, you usually have not a lot of data, have to develop custom algorithms, and there's a lot of optimization criteria. You need to take into account the constraints of the physical world, since it's not just about bits and bytes in the internet. And we need to understand that if we talk about the data science, machine learning, and AI, and some kind of automating the cognitive processes, we can go two ways. One way, this is something what was happening before the digitalization, before the informatics age. You're observing some correlative relations, building empirical laws, and turning them into physical laws. Basically, that's how our science is still actually working. Now there is arisen the second way to learn from the data and actually automating understanding things. Basically, machine learning, starting with the small data, ending with the big data. And the first way is forgotten today, but we still can reapply it very often in very many situations, actually building AI products. And this is very common to it. I'll start with the things that you can do with the digital products. Imagine you're building a tool for recommender systems and you want to engage people and recommend them something, give them some discounts, basically make them stay on your digital platform, but you have a cold start problem. It's a new system. You basically just start getting new customers. You don't have a big data to learn from. So basically, what you can do in this case, one answer is, oh, I just need to wait for the more data to accumulate. Well, you can, and in the long term, it might be the good case, but you need to compete now. You need to provide better service to your customers now. You have competitors. You have competitors maybe with more data than you, and they're competing with AI. So what can you do? There is a class of solutions, and some examples of such solutions are multi-arm bandits, active learning, reinforcement learning. If you have a set of different recommendations or set of different offers you can put on your website, you can start sampling them randomly into different buckets of customers. And you can basically just see in which bucket people reacted better. And this way you can adjust your recommendations, adjust your actions you can do with the customers, and learn from it purely statistically on the real customers in the real time. Yes, with some you will fail, but better than doing nothing. But when you will discover the bucket is working really well, you can scale it across your organization and already have the profit from it without actually collecting a lot of data, which might take a lot of time to collect it, organize it, store it, and work with it. Another thing you can do with the digital products is something what is, I would argue, more cool, more popular today. We all hear about these so-called foundational models all the time. This is DALL-E model that can generate images just from the textual description. For example, in the illustration here, you can see how with the text input, a chair in the avocado style, you can generate such weird and interesting chairs. There is GPT-3 that is able to generate high fidelity, reality looking texts. And there is also recent development called Whisper that actually is state-of-the-art solution for the speech to text and text to speech, which also can be used for different tasks. And the coolest part about this solution is that they are already trained on a lot of data, internet scale data for you. And you can use those solutions and adapt them really easily without retraining for your own purposes. For example, you can take solutions for computer vision like this that are already trained on the internet scale data sets, and you can easily ask them in the textual human comfortable form, recognize what the object is. Is it happy or is it sad face? Is it a damage or it's not a damage on the image? And those internet scale models, foundational models, they can give you a quick start with computer vision just by using those text prompts. The same with GPT-3 and similar models. Instead of training your own solutions, for example, for the sentiment analysis or for the question answering, you can just plug GPT-3 or similar model and ask it to generate a dialogue. And it will work well as a cold start solution. And since recently, you can do the same in the voice analysis, speech recognition tasks. Now let's come to a bit more complex area where zero data and no data is, let's say, even much more typical. When data is coming, for example, from the medical devices or wearable devices. Imagine you're a startup and you want to analyze different heart conditions, and you can have your wearable bracelet or you can have other medical device, but you have not accumulated any data yet. And let's say your data and your device is really custom, you have some innovation, and what you have to do, you can just either wait till you collect the data, but again, you have competition and you need to go to market and you actually test your startup ideas. So what you can do, you can apply the rules that are already studied by scientists for years. For example, on the illustration on the left, you see how different cardiac patterns you can discover from the heart rate variability. Those patterns are purely geometrical. So basically, you can code this geometry that is based on the human knowledge, on the scientific papers and books, and already analyze the heart conditions. If you want to go deeper into medical diagnosis, and if you can measure the actual ECG signal, you also can find so-called fiducial points, and you can find them using the geometry. Instead of applying like machine learning, going to the cloud, training something on the GPUs, deep learning, you can rely on the geometry and rule-based systems. And this is basically distilled knowledge of the human intelligence. And this is falling into the same category, but this is an example that I really like to tell. That some dozens of years ago, we could land on the moon without GPUs, without cloud, without neural networks, without deep learning. This was a big human achievement. And now we are trying to put for some simple tasks, how to recommend things on the website, all these novel algorithms and infrastructure. But basically, we can use some things as a Kalman filter, for example, to navigate drones, to navigate rockets. We can use it in defense. We can use it in the automotive industry, which is basically relying on the mathematical modeling. And the same can apply in the energy and utilities field, where we can basically take a physical asset, as for example, the photovoltaic model, and in order to build predictive maintenance solution, yes, we can collect data, we can train the machine learning model, but also we can read a couple of books about science, actually code the mathematical model as it is with the parameters, and based on the how parameters are changing, identify using our knowledge if it's fault or not, and when it's going to fail. Again, it might be not perfect. And on scale, if you have a lot of data, hundreds of thousands, millions of samples, of course, I encourage you to go with the machine learning, the deep learning approach. But we're talking about the cold start. And the cold start is a cold start because you have nothing and you still have to compete. You still need to give value to your customers, need to give value to your investors, and you need to conquer the market. And those are the ways that you can go with. And this is a quick summary, some takeaways home if you want to remember just a couple of things and try it with your own team, in your own startup, for your own spin-off, in your own solutions. When you have no data and you want to go quickly, test quickly, not to waste a lot of time, not to spend a lot of money, you testing the ideas, I recommend you these 4 general groups of approaches called START solutions. If it's digital, mass people, routine tasks, try foundational models, try sampling, for example, with multi-arm bandits. If it's complex and physical and requires expertise, go with mathematical modeling, go with rule-based heuristics, go with physics-aware machine learning. You can visit the website of our company, Neurons Lab, to see how we already applied those solutions with the startups and bigger ventures. And don't hesitate to text me whenever you can find me in order to discuss those approaches and solutions more in depth. Thank you very much. And I hope this topic and these approaches can help you to build your own AI products much faster, much cheaper, and better for your customers. Thank you very much.
Hello， 大家好，我是海外投资平台创始人，叫张金龙，来自中国上海。海外投资平台自2014年创建以来，那么一直致力于帮助中国企业和个人赴海外投资，提供全球资产配置的资讯和服务。那么自2015年开始，海外投资平台还每年举办海外投资峰会。那么自2021年，因为受到疫情的影响，所以说呢，我们从今年开始就举办线上的海投云讲堂锵锵三人行和线下的海投四懂会。首先非常荣幸有机会来参加国际科技大会，那么今年是我第3次受邀参加这个大会，所以说非常感谢我们的主办方。那么本次大会的主题是欢迎来到新时代主要是元宇宙、人工智能和数字资产的未来。那么我今天的演讲主题是元宇宙和国际全球化。那么我认为元宇宙实际上就是一个重构的虚拟社会。我们曾经做过一个调查，就是说元宇宙在中国大概会有多少年以后会蓬勃发展。那么回答在2年到5年的大概占了 35%， 回答在5年到10年的大概也占了 34%， 那么加起来大概有 69% 的人会认为在未来的2年到10年之间，元宇宙会蓬勃的发展。那么元宇宙我觉得既然作为一个新的时代的到来，那么我认为我们开始应该如何去抢占元宇宙的新赛道。那么元宇宙技术包括智能体通讯、沉浸式体验，产品和设备呢，它也包括了软件、硬件一体化的设备、基础设施、芯片等。场景和需求包括办公、家庭、商业、交通等。商业的来源是解决用户在特定的场景下的刚需和痛点，以满足用户价值和客户的价值。元宇宙新技术、新应用、新模式、新业态我觉得包括新平台的产生，它是可以快速的延伸或者催生元宇宙场景的新业态、新生态，或者是新场景链、新流行链、流量链，这些都是。那么与之同时呢，我觉得元宇宙加新一轮的信息技术浪潮将实现从物理世界与数字世界的融合，社会生活与数字生活的融合，实体经济 与数字经济的融合，以及科学我觉得与数字技术的融合，文化艺术与数字资产的融合这些都是非常的重要。那么中国现在也是在大力发展数字经济人工智能和包括数字资产。那么最近有一个好的消息是，在10月31号，那么香港财政司正式公布了有关香港的虚拟资产发展的政策宣言。那么这个我觉得也是作为一个国际金融中心的尤其在亚洲在这个地位上，那么我觉得香港呢开始也是要拥抱元宇宙然后呢它要融入加密世界，包括签售稳定币。那我觉得这实际上也是一国两制的其中的一个价值体现或者说一个标杆。所以说我觉得中国也是非常会重视就是说元宇宙这个产业。那么所以说呢，我觉得我们现在生活在现实的宇宙中，但是呢还是有一个我们讲的元宇宙可能是一个虚拟的所以说我觉得以后是两个平行的世界。那么怎么样把现实世界和虚拟世界有机的结合起来，那我觉得也是很重要。那么元宇宙呢，当然作为一个新生事物的出现还有许多值得探讨和研究的领域包括方方面面。那么元宇宙呢，它是人的思想灵魂数字化，我觉得通过数字化来实现永生，实现自由。所以说从这个角度来讲的话，我觉得真正的元宇宙产业这个应该发生在工业元宇宙因为这是在元宇宙上有更多的这个体现，我觉得那么第二个呢，我想聊一下就是说关于国际全球化。那么大家也知道这2年就是说全球化已经进入一个至暗时代。那么为什么这么说呢？是因为包括整个世界的经济的下行包括俄乌战争的爆发还有中美之间的这个争端所以说整个包括欧洲也是所以说发生了很多所谓的黑天鹅事件，或者说发生各种各样的情况，这种状况让我们这个全球化好像有一些我觉得停止的状态或者说倒退。但是呢从另外一个角度来讲的话，我觉得开放合作一定是人类文明进步的重要动力，也是世界繁荣发展的必有之路。所以说我觉得我们也相信各国的领导人政治家都是应该有智慧的。所以说我们还是要倡导践行多边主义，团结合作，然后呢相互尊重，互利共赢，遵守国际的规则和标准。因为只有这样我觉得全球化实际上已经是到了一个不可逆转的趋势。那为什么这么讲呢？实际上在环境上在环境问题上，气候问题上，包括恐怖主义问题上，还有新冠疫情等等这已经不是传统的安全危险，也不是超越了一个单一的民族国家它所能解决的。所以说很难有一个单独的国家自己来解决这个问题。那么所以说从这个观点来讲的话，人类必须要举起对全球化的恐惧心理，共同发展全球的各种文明，积极合作，只有这样我觉得才能使整个国际体系走向共赢。那么中国在对于世界或者全球化最大的贡献我觉得是将全球化的 1.0 版本提升到全球化 2.0。 那么全球化 1.0 是指世界的互联互通各个国家之间的互联互通。但在这个过程当中，我们同时也看到了现在伴着各种各样的严重的危机。但是全球化 2.0 我在想它是开启一个全球互动的新纪元，或者说新时代。那么它必将为全球经济的发展包括减少贫困多极化， 这些都会做出巨大的贡献。我们生活在同一个地球上所以说应该大家是要携手合作，这一点也是我们海外投资平台所一直倡导的因为只有人与自然的和谐共进，那才是我们整个世界整个地球的发展才会得到更充分的有效的保护。所以说从这一点来讲的话，我觉得全球化是特别重要。那么最后呢，我也想聊一下关于我们企业家在这个不确定的时代下应该怎么办。我觉得我们现在是在一个不确定的时代下，但是不确定中也有机会我觉得，所以说从这点来讲的话，我们必须顺势而为。我觉得这个非常重要我们的企业家们应该去坚持自己的初心然后做好自己的深耕的企业，或者说水手领域的企业，在这里顺势而为就特别重要。那么从整个国际社会来讲的话，我觉得大家应该多元共生，融合创新，合作共赢。最后再次感谢主办方的邀请，祝贺本次大会圆满成功。谢谢大家的聆听，再见。
Hi everyone. With the awesome lineup of speakers just now and with their interesting topics that was a great source of substantial knowledge regarding the AI, Metaverse prosperity industry prospects, data science, and much more, we are back. With that full pack of valuable insights from the professionals, now it is time for us to have a little break. For now, let's just sit back, relax, and rest, and be right back with more awesome speakers for this afternoon session.
居外的朋友们，大家好，我是澳洲财经见闻的 Richard，很高兴与大家在居外的平台相见。首先呢，澳洲财经见闻是一个旨在为投资者和决策者提供每日不可或缺的商业财经新闻，深度分析和评论，旨在打造资讯、行业、媒体、服务于一体化，具有国际影响力的华语中澳财经资讯平台。将近2022年的年关，许多朋友都会问我，2022年澳大利亚的这个经济环境、投资机遇是怎么样？展望2023又有什么好的方向？那么今天就为大家分享一些关于澳大利亚经济环境的一些心得。首先我们谈到澳大利亚今年的一个经济的一个表现，用一个简短的话来说，就是通胀大肆飙升，有危有机，投资者呢需要在这个其中把握机会。首先我们来说通胀，澳大利亚统计局的最新的数据显示，目前澳大利亚的通胀水平是非常严重的，已经达到了7.3%的这个百分比。这个数值是什么一个概念了？已经是突破了历史记录，达到了近32年以来的最高水平。所以可以说，目前澳大利亚的整体通胀水平是处于一个相当高的高位。但是这并不是澳大利亚的一个个例。纵观全球，欧美亚太各个主要发达经济体，包括新兴经济体的整体通胀率都是非常高的。我们看这个通胀的这个具体情况，实际来看，这个价格涨幅最大的项目主要是在2个方面。第一个方面呢，就是新房的价格；第二个 就是食品以及能源价格相关的一些价格。在新房方面，新房目前已经达到了澳大利亚这个年度涨幅21%的这个高水平，涨幅呢甚至超过了2000年那时候澳大利亚刚刚推出了这个商品服务税时期的这个大涨的一个态势。目前那个探究主要的一个原因呢，其中一个很重要的一点，就是依赖这个全球供应链这个尚未恢复的这个环境，以及澳大利亚本地人工短缺的一个现实状况，所以导致了整体的这个建筑成本，包括建筑材料也好，包括人工价格也好的一个大幅的上涨，从而推动了新房价格的整体上升。另外呢，澳大利亚政府在过去2年多抗击疫情以来，消耗了大量的经费。也正如最新的财政预算中所估计的，澳大利亚国家的债务已经将会在2024年突破1万亿澳元的一个大关。所以呢，澳大利亚政府呢，在近期是没有任何这个建筑补贴也好，或者说其他的一些关于建筑的一些红利，给到我们这个购房者或者这个新房的一个建筑者，这也是一个导致新房价格整体上涨的一个诱因。看到跟居民相关的一个食品价格方面，目前呢，纵观全球，其实全球的整个的一个食品价格，也是处于一个高位，但是澳大利亚呢，由于本地呢出现了很多自然灾害，尤其是这个洪涝这一块，使得这个食品供应链出现了一个很严重的影响，从而导致了这个价格的一些上升。虽然呢各个州像新州疫情的一些这个餐饮相关的一个补贴措施，一定程度上缓解了这个消费者这个通胀的压力，但是呢，这也是一个短期的，放眼长期，未来这个通胀、加息、物价、房贷、租金等各个方面的压力都是几乎是压在每一个澳大利亚人身上，所以这个就是要考验澳大利亚政府的一个智慧了。那么澳大利亚政府及相关机构是怎么做的呢？一个很简单的一点就是加息。为了应对这个通胀，澳大利亚的这个联储已经这个多轮加息，而且呢，联储的态度呢也非常的坚决，就是在今后的一段时间内，也会有一个加息的预期，预计在这个11月底、12月，还要将这个现金利率上调25%。还50个基点这样一个水平，所以预计到年底，澳大利亚这个整体的一个现金利率将会达到了3.1的一个高位，预计到明年年初，这个相关的利率水平会上升到3.85的一个水平，所以这一定程度上是对抗通胀的一个政府的一个杀手锏，所以。正如这个澳大利亚财长所说，目前通胀压力已经到了10年的高位，所以指望政府这个放水，多印钱的一个方式也是不可取的。目前呢，政府的一个主要的着力点呢，就是既防通胀，又防大规模的这个经济的这个政策导致的通缩。所以呢，在最近。澳大利亚新一届的这个工党政府公布了它的这个第一份财政预算案。从预算案当中，我们可以看到一点就是更多的这个财政的支出是用在了这个利民惠民政策方面。比如这个有47亿澳元是投入到跟这个婴幼儿相关的幼托这个行业。同时呢，对于带薪产假呢，有这个5.3亿澳元的这方面的一个投入，所以可见联邦政府的一个整体的一个财政的一个方向是以减少 居民生活成本为主要方向。所以呢，虽然呢未来一段时间内澳大利亚经济还是会承受很大的这个下行的压力，但是呢这并不是一个坏的消息，因为呢澳大利亚现在是全球抢人，澳大利亚的移民政策是这个大开门，欢迎全世界有技术的这人才也好，这个包括这个劳动力人才也好，欢迎大家来到澳大利亚。所以呢，随着这个海外移民、海外人口的涌入、人口的增长、劳动力的增加，有望呢对澳大利亚这个房地产和经济带来更多的动能，从而这个最小化这个经济衰退对澳大利亚的这个负面的影响。所以展望2023，澳大利亚一个以移民为主的一个国家，将会受移民政策开放的这个红利，而获得一个经济也好，房地产市场也好的一个再次腾飞。这个是我们关于澳大利亚整体一个经济一个现状，包括经济一个未来一个趋势的一个展望。想了解更多关于澳大利亚的金融、财经相关领域的资讯，请您随时关注澳洲财经见闻。谢谢大家，期待与大家再会。
a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable.
I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity. I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation. I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
Realize
Dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
there is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instance is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform, to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions, comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable. I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
realize
Dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
am a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable. I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I found the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
therefore
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
am a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable. I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation. I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved.
I
Realize
Dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022. to the 13th National Real Estate Awards. Doris IQI Realty, give her a hand. The winner is IQI Realty Security.
There is a place, a paradise, where every moment is special, where every instant is filled with joy and happiness, embraces the future, embraces technology, cultivates growth, emanates an abounding vision, a force that powers the world, a force that drives the development of mankind. Welcome to the world of IQI. With the advent of massive urbanization, population growth, the emergence of Web 3.0, quantum leap communication, and rapid digital technologies, the quest to discover the true meaning for real estate is ever more demanding, where trade, commerce, manufacturing, living, governing, education, and recreation are connected cohesively to form the building blocks of a society, and how well a nation advances, and how it is closely interlaced by the infrastructure of its real estate. At IQI, the journey begins by bringing people from all walks of life, where we enhance their capabilities through mentorship, digital development, and aligning our collective vision to realize aspirations by empowering individuals and corporations to discover their objectives and real estate dreams. Unconventional, going beyond real estate, and defying stereotypes. IQI, Asia's global real estate partner, has a command center for more than 30,000 sales agents worldwide and access to create, manage, curate, and produce our very own real estate stories via IQI Network, Asia's largest library of real estate videos. IQI Network, to better serve our communities. Developed IQI Atlas, our very own digital ecosystem platform, to empower all global transactions for both primary and secondary market, and a hub for end-to-end customer solutions, comprising of development consultancy, real estate transactions, interior design, hospitality, property management and valuation, world's leading international property platform. Now, kickstart your journey with IQI, Asia's global real estate partner.
I'm a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable. I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel and discover the world.
I am a warrior. I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation. I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Real Estate Awards 2022.
a changed man.
I am empowered. I live out of the box.
I scale the insurmountable. I conquer the impossible.
I connect. I transcend tradition and culture.
I break down walls.
I embrace diversity.
I am financially free.
I mentor those who want to better themselves.
I travel
and discover the world.
I am a warrior.
I fought the good fight.
I am
The embodiment of innovation.
I believe.
Therefore,
I achieved
I
Realize
dreams.
I change lives. IQI, the leading global PropTech group, constantly innovating within the industry to reach greater goals. IQI Network, thousands of hours of courses, digital marketing, property insights, and more, accelerating digital transformation. IQI Atlas, the ultimate super app for property agents, sales, performance, marketing, reporting, all at a glance, all in one place. We transform the real estate industry by empowering agents and changing lives.
Welcome back. It's me, Dante, again, your host for the Adapt International Convention 2022. First things first, we're going to dive in our last panel discussion, which is the social impact artificial intelligence has on society, featuring the moderators Nicholas Gan, alongside with the two panel speakers Oliver Tian from Oliver Tian Associates and Navin Sinatambi from MDEC. I hope all of you have had a good break, because right now I need you all to gear up, because we are going to resume again in our journey of empowerment. Are you ready? Well, let's go.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Nave, and good afternoon, Oliver. Thank you so much for joining us here today at ADAPT Convention 2022. So, today we're going to be having a very interesting topic and something that both of you have a lot of experience in. Now, I'm sure if you were to mention something about artificial intelligence or AI to one of your peers a few years ago, they'll probably say like, oh yeah, I know AI. Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator, or maybe Optimus Prime from Transformers. Something along the lines that has something to do with robots, right? But that's just so far from the truth of what artificial intelligence is here today. And it's being adapted to so many industries, healthcare, transportation, and finance, and so much more, you know. And we have to acknowledge that artificial intelligence has benefited humans everywhere around the world in social impact as well. So for here today, we're very happy to have both of you to come and share your thoughts on the topic of the social impact artificial intelligence has on its society. Now, before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicholas. I'm a fresh graduate from Multimedia University with a background in human resource management, and I will be the moderator here today. Joining us, we have Mr. Navin Sinatambi, the head of Digital Agriculture Tech, Sectorial Pilots and Drone Tech, Ecosystem Development Division of MDEC, and we have Mr. Oliver Tian joining us from Singapore, the director of Oliver Tian Associates. Now, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here today. But before we begin the whole session today, let's just introduce, we take a moment to introduce each and every one of you to our audiences. So we can have Mr. Navin, should I go first?
So again, on behalf of the Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, thank you so much for esteemed organizers ADAPT to invite us to speak about AI, the next trend post-pandemic. Yeah. So my name is Navin. I come from a government agency called Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation. We sit under the purview of KCOM, which is Ministry of Communications and Multimedia Malaysia. MDEC's main mandate is to drive digital transformation across key economic sectors, focusing on digital transformation towards boosting digital economy. The portfolios I carry would cover three things mainly, would be digital agriculture technology, national projects. Vertical ecosystem covers all sectors, transportation, healthcare, retail, and so on and so forth in the space of IoT, big data, and AI. Last but not least, drone technology. So yes, AI is the big word, but it's no longer a word, it's actually reality. We'll talk about that later.
Awesome. How about you, Mr. Oliver?
Sure, sure. When we talk about AI, actually, my passion runs back to school days. When I was in school at the National University of Singapore, I wrote programs using Lisp. And for those who are in that generation, Lisp is one of the languages that's used very widely on AI. Now, of course, we look at Python and TensorFlow and so on and so forth. I built something around natural language. I did things for banks around credit scoring. So spend most of my time with the multinationals, the likes of Hewlett Packard and Accenture. In fact, travel around quite a lot. Did some small startups of my own to look at healthcare, aging population, how we can make a lot of the companion technology more intelligent. So today, I'm with a nonprofit organization called APARA, which stands for Asia Pacific Assistive Robotics Association, and we have membership across the region here, including all the way to UK. So we build an ecosystem of members who are interested, passionate about AI and robotics. More importantly, to how can we make the machine more intelligent to serve us better? And like what Nicholas have just mentioned, right? The AI today is no longer just theory, right? It is in our lives. Sometimes we don't realize it, but it's actually right at the doorsteps, and we are actually using AI already. But of course, that's not the end, and there's still a long journey to go. We should talk about it as we go along in this panel. So back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Yeah, so definitely, AI has come a really long way from something make-believe in sci-fi movies, for sure. So we're getting into the first question of today, and we're just going to be looking into a very general outlook. I'm sure some of our audiences may be fresh like me, coming into this space, trying to learn a little bit more about the tech industry. And the first question I would like to ask both of you is, maybe you can share with us what is the impact of artificial intelligence on people's well-being and the importance of it to our society. So, Mr. Navin.
Sure. For most of us who don't know AI, because we are so used to listening to the buzzword called IoT, Internet of Things, then we moved on or we upgraded to big data analytics. Now the big word which is being realized is actually artificial intelligence. So let's talk about the lowest or the least digitalized sector, which is the agriculture sector. For an example, for a layman perspective. Now, we have a lot of pilot projects through an initiative by MDEC called Iladang or Digital AgTech, where we do a lot of pilot projects in the space of IoT, big data, and AI. Now, if we focus on AI, farmers can now look at machine learning algorithms which will actually control and monitor their farms from wherever they are. So you talk about farming at fingertips, and it's happening right now in Malaysia. Farmers no longer need to go to the farm or depend on foreign workers. Machine algorithms will tell the farmer when to fertilize, when to irrigate, or even when to spray. All they need to do is just control the algorithms, feed more data so the algorithms are more accurate. That's from a farmer or a people perspective. Now, for a social wise, now, end of the day, when we talk about technology, all we want to do is three things. How can you use technology to increase productivity, increase income/revenue, and of course, reduce operational costs? And AI can answer all that because we no longer need to depend on human or labor per se. Now, AI is artificial intelligence, but for me, in a layman's perspective, means accuracy and integration. AI gives you accuracy towards all the data that you have that tells you what to do next in the most effective way. Number two, when you say integration, because it integrates a lot of data. These are real-time data. So towards the end, when more and more farmers adopt AI or in their farming, this will actually reduce imports because you're able to produce more food, and that will boost the national digital economy. I hope I answered half of it. I'll pass it to Oliver to carry on from there.
Right. That's interesting, and that's very nicely put. And of course, when we talk about AI today, everyone's curious. What does it really offer? How does it affect my life? From the association perspective, we like to look at AI, not so much the discussion between artificial versus natural intelligence, but we choose to look at AI as an augmented intelligence that will support us human beings and help us become better. In fact, we talk about 0 to 1 and 1+. So 0 to 1 as in how can AI help us get to our level of expected outcome. So like very much like what Pavina just said, right? How do you increase accuracy? How do you increase efficiency, productivity, and you name it? We get to a point whereby we have achieved our expected outcome. So AI should be able to help us do that so that we're not short of performance. Now that's 0 to 1. Now 1+ means, well, AI can actually stretch that further and get you more to achieve a potential level where sometimes we don't expect it to be. And AI should be able to help us get there. So the ability to understand technology, understand AI, and leverage that technology to augment our capability and potential. And that's the power of what AI can do. Of course, when you look at all the Hollywood movies, you look at all these funny machines, these high-tech machines that can do a lot of things and start to kill people. Honestly speaking, I think look upon the positive side where machines can be a joy to work with. We need to know that AI should be applied when the tasks are something that we humans don't want to do, should not do, and perhaps cannot do, right? So in all those aspects itself, it augments our capability and help us become better. So the whole social impact of AI should give us very, very positive returns. In fact, it should assist us and give us a higher quality of life, help us to do things better, and enjoy life as a proper balance, as opposed to the hard work they have to go through because things are long, monotonous, boring, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So at the end of the day, the positive impact of AI should be able to increase our quality of life. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Yeah, I agree with both of the points that Nave and Oliver has mentioned, that we should be looking at how AI is able to support our daily lives. And with a growing older demographic here in Malaysia, I know that the agriculture sector here has a lot of older generation that are still handling the crops as well. And I'm sure in Singapore as well, I do understand that there are certain cases where the older generation still have to work in order to feed themselves and provide for themselves. So this is something that artificial intelligence, like both have mentioned, is able to get things done more efficiently, and also is able to reduce costs for everyone that is inside maybe manufacturing or maybe in production itself. So when we look into adopting artificial intelligence also, we actually want to know how it's able to impact digital transformation, where we're able to make things faster, cheaper, and also more efficient. And with Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and now coming into Web 3.0, what is your insights of how AI can accelerate digital transformation across different industries?
Now, that's a very simple question, but with a very complex answer. The reason why, again, of course, when we talk about AI, Malaysians always believe in, I will not believe until I see. There's a look and feel factor, yeah? So we started doing a lot of pilot projects across agriculture, transportation, retail, healthcare, using AI to see whether technology works and what are the outcomes we can see. Again, touching on agriculture, and the reason why I'm hopping on agriculture here, because agriculture, which is the least digitalized sector, is already using AI. And if agriculture is using AI already right now, the other sectors are already advancing in AI. That's reality, and that's happening now as we speak at the conference, right? Now, for pilot projects for agriculture, let's talk about chili. Malaysians love chili. Nasi lemak is our go-to breakfast every day. Through AI, chili grading systems that we have done, farmers are now able to increase their productivity up to 20%. And I don't want to be a typical presenter saying 20%, 30%. I'll give you numbers. 20% to a farmer who is using AI-based chili grading system is now generating an additional income of 2,000 ringgit per month per acre. Now, that's from a farmer's perspective. Imagine manufacturing, retail, transportation will be double, triple time the amount. So it's about improving livelihood of the many. End of the day, you can go to an organization or an individual or even a society and tell them, hey, use the best tax of the world. Their first question would be, okay, will that generate more revenue, income? Would that make my life easier? Would that reduce my costs? If AI can do all that, and AI is already doing all that as we speak, they would be happy to adapt it. 3 years ago, before pandemic, you talk about AI, people do not know. Like you said, it's the robot, it's the transformers of the world, the terminators of the world. That's how we perceive AI, robotic arms and all that. But AI is far more than that. We have drones using AI to do mapping to tell you exactly which land is fertile, which land is least fertile, which land needs more irrigation. So farmers do not need to waste money. Same goes to healthcare. Surgical procedures are now done using robotic arms captured with AI cameras and all that. So AI is already happening as we speak. That's numbers, and these are great numbers which has been validated throughout the country. As and when we do more and more projects across all sectors, we are able to see the real benefits and outcomes of AI. Pass it back to you.
Oh, okay. How about Mr. Oliver?
I think those are very good points that Pravin have just brought up. In fact, in the whole process of digital transformation, it is extremely important we know what technology we want to leverage from IoT to AI to any other robot automation process. The end goal is to be able to support our livelihood and eventually give us better outcome. Now, to do that, I believe organizations must understand that it's not an overnight affair. It takes a few steps to get there, right? So when we talk about digital transformation, it is important we know that we are able to first convert analog data into digital data, right? The conversion of analog information to digital information, and that's what most people will talk about digitization, right? To digitize your information is key because if your data is not in a format that can be processed by the system, by the technology, it really can't get you very far. Second step is really the digitalization of the process itself. So once you got the data in place, you must organize your process, you must get it into efficient mode and apply algorithms, apply the right techniques to get a job done properly. And then at the final process is where you got to start to relook at how your business can be digitally transformed. You may have to look at expanding your business horizon. You may have to look at new ways of doing things. So from a data conversion to a process improvement to eventually business expansion. That's how AI can help. And AI actually plays a very important role in speeding up the whole process. Right. So when people talk about AI and machine learning and data analytics, those are actually part and parcel of the whole process, how it contributes to the digital transformation effort itself. So that becomes very important. I recall that at one point in time, a recruitment company came to me and say, "Hey, Oliver, I want to apply AI because I read so much about this." Right. So in the whole consultation process, I realized that a lot of that data is on paper files. Right. They have this huge cabinet with all the data of all the candidates and the job search, and they say, "I want an AI system in 3 months." And I said, hey, that's not going to be realistic, right? You don't even have those information on a Excel sheet, not to say a proper database. Yeah, how are you going to process that? So the businesses need to understand that the conversion of analog information to data, digital data, is probably one of the very important first steps. And in that process itself, users must understand how to use this data, right? So when we talk about farmers, we talk about teachers, we talk about different users of technology, the reskilling of users of technology is going to be a very important process. In order to do that, they have to spend some time thinking about what they want to do next, and business leaders must help them, guide them through this whole process. And AI can support it because AI can, in the process of redefining the way things are being done, figure out what are the things that humans does best and what are the things that the machine does best, right? And in that way, back to my earlier point, things that we don't want to do, things that we should not do, things that we do not know how to do, get a machine, get AI to do those jobs, right? Let human do the job that we're best at. So when the reports talk about, as you do the digital transformation, you want to be able to do higher level work. Well, what does that mean? That means work that are more creative, that you can know, that you can learn how to leverage the outcome of digital technology, the outcome of what AI can produce, and augment your ability to do better. So if you look at how AI can accelerate digital transformation from that angle, it is quite clear, quite obvious that AI can be a great help in the whole digital transformation process. But keep in mind, right, the human must be in charge, right? We should not be slaves to technology. At the end of the day, we must continue to understand technology so that we can be masters of technology. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, I was reading from your bio, and this one keyword stood out among everything, and that is that humans have to be the masters of technology. And what you say is very true, that there's a learning curve with everything, and especially artificial intelligence. So a question that popped up in my mind is that we have, this very wide demographic. We have youngsters, kids at a very young age who are already using tablets, and we have also maybe more senior citizens who are still trying to learn how to use like a smartphone as well, So there is definitely a learning curve when it comes to artificial intelligence as well. What are some of the methods that the people from different, walks of life and age groups, how can we support them in developing and also integrating artificial intelligence into our daily lives? So maybe we can have Mr. Oliver to share on the topic first.
Sure. I would love to start on the topic because I work on a couple of projects in that sense itself. So one of our slogans and one of our project is connecting the young ones to the young ones, right? ONES, the young ones, the kids, to the young ones, ONCE. Now that is a big challenge, right? And Nicholas, you hit the nail on the head, right? The young ones are good with the tablets. They touch the screens. They can swing it around and get things moving, whereas the elderly are less agile in a certain way. The precision technology is not there. So what can we do to get them to come together and find that common space? Now it is very common for young kids, right? 8-year-old, 9-year-old, and say, "Akong, don't touch my machine. You spoil it." Right? Because they know the elderly are not that savvy with technology. But I believe if we give the elderly a chance, we help to educate, we try to find a common platform for them to work together, it would help. Well, those who are probably in the 60s and beyond will probably have played with card games, board games, right? But if you get the young ones, the kids to play with card games, it's too boring, it's just too slow, right? So what can we do to bring the two together? So in some of the projects that we do in connecting the young ones to the young ones, we try to do that. We try to have a platform where the elderly can still continue to use the traditional method of the card game, throw the dice, whereas the young ones could spin with their mobile, and both could coordinate a platform that share different forms of inputs so that they can all enjoy, they can all appreciate, and build that motivation, especially for the elderly, right, to want to do it. I read a lot of Arvind Toffer's book, and one of his book, The Third Wave, is always very good advice to me, right? He says that the illiterate of the 21st century is not those who didn't study, who didn't make it, but really those who do not know how to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Now, the relearning part is very important, right? A lot of us think that when we go to school, we graduate and that's it. We don't need to study anymore. But now we talk a lot about lifelong learning. We need to learn new things. And in the process of learning new things, it is also important that we unlearn. Because if we don't unlearn and we keep to our old habits and our old practice, it's not going to get us anywhere. And that is the challenge that the elderly would have. Yeah. So bridging the two together is going to be so important. We need to help to advise, to guide the mindset of the more senior ones to think about how they can unlearn some of the past and move on to learning new things. This is especially so, and the point I want to make before I pass back to Pavin and Nicholas, is that technology is moving so fast today, right? We change our TVs probably every, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, max. In the past, we'll keep a TV for a long, long time, right? But today, our mobile phones, every 9 months, there's a new version, and the young ones will get to upgrade and change. Yeah. So technology is pushing us to unlearn and relearn, and that's very important. Back to you.
Yeah. David, how about you?
Cool. Oliver, I have to take your quote here. The young ones and the young ones, right? I think that's really nice. But reality on the ground is, For example, when you talk about technology, you go back, you tell your kids, hey, do this the manual way, clean the house the manual way. They will probably say, you do it yourself. That's reality. But when you give them an iPad or a tablet or a smartphone, smart gadget, they just get excited. In MDEC, we realized that technology is what is the key to attract the younger ones and the younger ones, the CE and the OES, to go into technology. I mean, parents can be aging, but who once thought, I do not know how to use WhatsApp. They are now on WhatsApp, Waze, Twitter, whatever. The list goes on. Everybody is on smartphone, from different age groups. Yeah, so that's reality. Technology is here to stay. COVID gave us a lot of challenges. Everyone, it was a nightmare per se, but COVID also taught us a very important lesson. Digital technologies are here to stay. They are not conquering our life. They're just here to complement and make our lives easier. So on that ground said, at MDEC, when you say, how do we get more and more people to know about AI, the benefits of it, three things or four things. Number one, we do a lot of pilot projects at different scales, different associations. Yeah, so people get to look and feel and see what AI can do for them. Number two, we do a lot of trainings. Now, we can have the best techs of the world, best drones in the world flying around carrying AI cameras and all that. But if you do not know how to operate the drone, it defeats the whole purpose. So number two, trainings. Number three, we also have an initiative called My Digital Ninja Movement, where we train students at a younger school, primary school, on how to code machine learning algorithms. And this is happening in Malaysia as we speak. So it starts from a very basic school level. Kids nowadays learn how to code because technology is here to stay, like I said. Last but not least, we also do a lot of hackathons. So AI works based on data. Yeah. So it needs, like you said very correctly, Oliver. I know you mentioned manual data and digital data. I'm just going to make it a little twist there. Structured and unstructured data, or manual and digital data, whichever way you want to say it. But we give them a lot of data sets. We give them problem statements, which is what industry needs. We give them about 2 days. We literally tell them, okay, come up with proposals, come up with moving solutions that actually works. And they develop solutions, and you would be surprised. The recent hackathons that we did, kids at the age of 13 years old emerge as champions. And these were the solutions that we actually deploy as pilot projects in sites by people, so people get to see. So these solutions are developed by the younger generations to train the older generations on what they can do. So it's really nice because for me it's a family thing. Why? The older generation feeds data. They have tons of it, not knowing what they can do with it. The younger generation actually use and massage the data and then train or develop machine learning algorithms to actually help themselves. So it's a very good combo. And right now, when you talk about AI, everyone is actually using AI with or without them knowing. Example, smartwatches. So what we know is smartwatches capture your heartbeat, your sleep rates, and all that. But not knowing, the data that feeds to the cloud will actually tell you what are you going to get next, or where are you heading next. For example, let's take me an example. Hey, Naveen, you're obese. If you don't control your food, in 10 years down the road, you're going to be having other issues. These are AI. The machine learning algorithms in the smartwatch is actually predicting what's going to happen to you in the next 5 to 10 years. As simple as that. So everyone uses a smartwatch, not knowing that that is the most fundamental digital technology. I mean, let's not talk about smartphones. Smartwatch, as simple as that. Yeah. So over to you, Chief.
Awesome. Thank you, Naveen. Thank you,
I want
Naveen.
to add on there, Nicholas, if I could. Yeah, I think Naveen has made a very interesting point that we should all remember. Right, the kids are definitely showing us the way how we should leverage technology. Right?
Yeah.
That the appreciation of how they can get the output of technology and use it and apply it in the most creative way. So this is where along the way somehow we have to think where and in what way can we introduce the education pedagogy to help our kids do better? Meaning that I think the days where we grill our young ones on multiplication tables are gone. Why would you want to figure out how you can multiply two numbers together when the machine can do it faster than you, right? And you become perfect in doing your multiplication tables, but you may not use that because at the end of the day, somebody with a calculator or with a spreadsheet could just punch out the numbers a lot faster. So we got to think, all right, how can we build that trust in using the machines, the AI that's generating the output, the whole forecasting, and use that information correctly that applies to our livelihood, right? So the smartwatch is a great example, right? We need to know how you to use that information, right? As you walk, it takes your pace, it measures your stride, your heartbeat, and all your vital information, and that information fed to you will help you decide. All right, it's time to visit the physician. All right, I'm still good. I can afford to have some oily food today. Yeah, but that's what we need to do. How can we leverage on the information that AI has generated for us and use it in the most appropriate way? In the past, the only time you want to go and see a doctor is, alamak, I got a bad headache, temperature high, right? But that's by that time it's too late, right? By the time it's too late, right? Now AI can give you a lot more alerts earlier, and you can use that information to have a better quality of life, which I'll emphasize once again. Sorry to interrupt you, but Nicholas, back to you.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Oliver, and thank you so much, Nave. You guys are given very beautiful points, and then I can see from here, the information that I've gathered is that we, through artificial intelligence, it has developed platforms for everybody across all walks of life to come together through a community and in collaboration and not competition. So as how Oliver say, Akong, don't touch my smartphone, don't touch my TV. Yeah. So it's really beautiful that we are able to see this in our society today, how all of us can come together with the use of artificial intelligence. So this now we were talking about how it's able to provide us social impact. So this is one of the ways by bringing all of us together. But we're also going to be talking about much more destructive type of problems that are happening in our life right now. So some things like poverty or global warming, which is things that we cannot deny that is still happening and has become worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the next question I would like to share with the panel is, how can artificial intelligence help in supporting the fight against global poverty and also in tackling global warming? So, Arvin, you would like to go first?
Good question. Like I said, when you talk about technology, people will always want to see what are they getting from using the technology, right? So on that grounds, again, back to the most fundamental level of people, which is the farmers. Through technology, through artificial intelligence, they are able to generate 2,000 ringgit additional income per acre per month. Say their basic salary on average is about 2,500 ringgit. Plus 2,000, that will make it 4,500 ringgit to 4,800 ringgit. So that's actually a jump from a B40 community group to an M40 community group. That itself, through technology, at a fingertip, you're already increasing your livelihood. Now that's per farmer. Imagine everyone across the country uses AI for agriculture, healthcare, retail, transportation, manufacturing, and the list goes on. If you can imagine the amount of revenue they'll generate, amount of quality improvements they make, amount of time they can save so that they can do better things, other things better, right? That itself will already improve livelihood. Yeah. So when you think about poverty, there is a threshold of poverty level. But with technology, you can automatically produce more with less. When I say produce more, with technology, with little intervention by human, of course, human is the master, like Oliver clearly said, but with less intervention from human, machine learnings or AI algorithms can do the job for you better. So from producing, say, 8,000 kilograms of chili per acre of land, you are now able to produce 10,000 kilograms without having a manual farmer to be there to switch on the fertilizer tanks, to switch on the pipe. Why? Because now the systems have their own artificial intelligence embedded. All the farmer needs to do, like you said, being the master of the system, is to monitor from his iPad from wherever he is. So this is already happening. So when you talk about poverty, right now, technology can clearly help to alleviate that problem. For example, let's talk about food delivery. Before this, you are not able to track who orders what, when, how, all that. Right now, you can now track, using AI algorithms, track which location has the highest density of people orders, so you can target that particular area. And these are the people who will have immediate access to food. So all these will automatically make lives easier. Of course, people spend less money, less time, less effort, and they get more. The whole idea is you get more with doing less. So that itself will already answer the poverty level. Because farmers, let me just quote you, in Kuala Langat, Banting, chili farmers are now already making the truth fact that they are already moving from a B40 category to an M40 category. If farmers are already using that, and I'm not touching the other sectors yet, the other sectors who are already advanced will be actually earning more and doing more. Oliver, I think I'm going to hand over the stage to you to continue the journey, Chief.
Sure. But those are certainly very, very great examples. But having look at all those positive side of things, and I guess somewhere hidden in that question that Nicholas asked is, what if the negative side pops up, right? How do you deal with it? Yeah. And we got to think about this. And maybe let me play the devil's advocate. So if somebody has all those information, right, what do you think they would do with it? So let's take the example of healthcare data, right? So if I do a lot of this motion, and the AI captures all my data, my pace, and realize that my heart condition is deteriorating, right? And this information is stored somewhere. The responsible use of that information is so important, because if the insurers get to know of it, they say, "Oh no, you know, the life journey could be shorter. Hence, I need to increase the premium." Yeah. So then, is that a appropriate use of that information? So we talk about responsible technology, responsible use of data, and all this needs to be probably guided by certain standards and policies, right? Just about a month ago, the US passed a AI rights bill, right? And this is interesting. I didn't get a chance to finish reading everything. It's 176 pages. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I can send you a copy, but it was just published a few weeks back. And it was interesting how I think the US is starting to look at, hey, if we have all this information, the good side, the sunny side of using the data is great. You know, AI applied appropriately is great. But what if somebody takes that information and use it to a commercial advantage, right? And when we talk about poverty, right, our goal, of course, is to raise every standard. But here we have a not so responsible person who use it against the people and bring down the poverty again, because you have a few who make it good, and the rest may have to suffer because of it. So at the end of the day, it doesn't help. So I think standards and guidelines are going to be so key, and governments will have to play a part. I'm really glad the US took the first step in publishing this 176 page of AI rights bill for commercial entities to explore. In Europe, UK in particular, there is discussion around how we should audit AI systems. If there's certain, corporate responsibility that organizations have to stay with, right? What is in place to audit the use of AI? So, a nice and interesting job. I came across this company called Ethical AI, and they have got consultants who go in and audit companies that apply AI and make sure that they are not that the outcome is not biased, it's used in the right way, and it follows certain standards. Around the globe today, really, there are many institutions that have been set up. So, for example, the University of Oxford has set up an organization called Responsible Technology Institute, right? And this provides certain guidelines. They look at certain pilots. They support auditors, AI auditors who look at the application of AI. And we want to make sure that at the end of the day, we narrow down the poverty gap. Yeah, we want to help everybody get better, and not let a few individuals. This is where the Terminator comes in, right? Use Terminator to do the wrong thing. Yeah, to make sure that we don't end up with the abuse of AI. AI should give us good outcome. It should augment our capability and potential. And I'll repeat this again. It should not be used to destroy humankind. Right. So the talk around responsible use of technology is so important, And slowly and surely, we're seeing organization, country realize that, and the right process must be put in place, right, to support the right governance of AI deployment. Nicholas, back to you.
Thank you, Oliver. Yeah, so data security is also
Yeah.
one of the biggest concerns moving into being more connected with technology here today. And that leads me to my next question, which is knowing what are the industry leaders doing right now to make AI more equitable, more privacy sensitive, and also more explainable to everyone here today. So maybe Oliver, you would like to share on what are the methods that are currently being taken by these industry leaders, or maybe also what I'm sure some of our audiences here maybe are in the artificial intelligence. What can they do themselves in order to make their products and services safer for all of us to use?
To deal with this whole issue around data and privacy and security, it's a whole discussion. But if we narrow down into looking at how AI can be applied and considered, there are probably a few things we need to watch for. One is the understanding of data protection, right? Very, very important. Of course, different geographies have different policies that have been put in place, how information are being provided for and how it's being used. The last thing you want to see is, you walk to a stranger and they say, "Hey, Oliver, I know who you are, what you like to eat, and what you do at night." Wow, that's scary, right? That's scary, right? So different countries are starting to put in certain policies around that, and that's important because back to the example I have around the healthcare data. Yeah, once somebody uses it in the wrong way, there are serious consequences. And around the world, we hear a lot of issues where data breach comes into a challenge, right? Whether it is organization that is on the e-commerce platform or organization in the healthcare platform, and Singapore, we can't run away from it as well, right? You probably have read in the past few years, right? There are a couple of data breaches, and even our PM's data was stolen from our health records, right? And that's scary, right? If somebody gets to know that our government leaders are not in a good health condition, what do you think will happen? So we need to make sure first of all we protect that data. It's probably taken care of. Secondly is when we try to implement processes that use AI algorithm, it is very important we think about the wholesome application of AI, right? Now, that is a bit tricky and not so easy because at the end of the day, when we start to apply AI, it's not a very specific area that you can apply AI. It spreads across the entire organization because it takes data from here and there, and like what Navin has said, it integrates it together. When you integrate together, that's where the tricky part comes out, right? In my department, I may use certain data, probably pretty innocent, no big issue. But if this data goes into the wrong department for the wrong use, then there could be serious consequences. Yeah. So when we talk about integrating all this information together, whether it's processes or data, it is very important we start to look at how we can help provide the guidelines to do it. And it is not just defining in the process, right? It is also testing and auditing of this process, right? How we make sure that the flow is done correctly. There's no surprises. When we do coding, it's very easy to say if then else, right? That there's always that catch all for everything else. But sometimes we need to think that everything else, how serious is it? How big is this bet? Because if it's large enough, maybe we should have additional conditions. So the whole design of the algorithms, the whole design of the code must be very considered very carefully. And that's very important. So the question that you have, Nicholas, right, around how industry leaders must make sure the use of data is more of AI is equitable and ensure that the privacy is taken care of, and very importantly, right, auditable or explainable. And that's what I think the Europeans are trying to do today, right? We don't want to take the outcome of AI as the only truth. Sometimes we should question why the AI came up with the answer, and the AI needs to be able to provide a log of how it generates that recommendation, and that's only way it can convince us humans that we're using the right information, and we must jump in if we see that certain aspects of it is not good. So it's important that happens. Maybe I'll pass to Navin to share some of his perspective as well, because this is a very important topic.
True.
Actually, Oliver, this is the most important topic. Why? Because all of us have tons of data, structured, unstructured data. For Malaysia, as it is, we have PDPA, which is Personal Data Protection Act, right? We also have National Data Sharing Policy, which is being tabled to the Parliament as we speak. So all this talks about data privacy, data security. For example, when we do pilot projects, we set the ground rules that the data belongs to the owner of, say, the organization or an individual. So it belongs to them. AI partners or technology partners will only come and do the machine learning part of the machine algorithms data. So data ownership belongs to whoever is generating the data. So it's always, it's like you said, it's a journey. People still needs to understand the importance of not publicly sharing data, which can be private data, and this data can be misused for certain things. However, like I said, there's elements of PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act. There's National Data Sharing Policy papers being rectified right now as we speak. So all this is being in place because as a nation, we do understand that the importance of data and the importance of data security / privacy. Because sometimes when you say artificial intelligence, if using data correctly, it will generate the best of the outcomes. But if it is using breached data or data which is hacked, then it can cause things that we do not want to mention or we do not want to expect to see. So it's about how you get the data to be massaged very correctly in a very safe environment. That's why nowadays in Malaysia, most organizations, we actually have a chief information officer who looks at data credibility to question whether this is right or wrong. We have these people, these officers who tells them, okay, this data can be shared, this data needs management approval. So always we start with the most basic data. We massage that if algorithms work, and then we move on to the more secure data. But like I said, policy papers are still being developed, still being rectified. So as and when we train more and more data, I think this will be more affirmed later. But like you said, it's a journey. Right now, if we talk about data, previously people do not know scammers, right? So we happily, the moment you say, hey Navin, you just won a 10,000 ringgit lottery, I would happily share my data. Why? I do not know about data security, data privacy. For me, it's about the 10,000 ringgit. But right now, people are more aware of their data. They do not really openly share data, which is great. It's an awareness program, awareness session or awareness phase where people understand. With policies in place, with acts in place, I think it would be better because with security in place, we can train AI better. Over to you, Ali.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to jump in here again. So I love to jump in. There's so many things floating in my mind. I love that. And Navin mentioned a very good point. The management, the leadership, right, of organization. They need to know when they can sanction and approve data, when not to. So in order to ensure we've got responsible use of AI and data, the management needs to be educated. Right. It is not the same as disciplining an employee, right? When the data goes wrong, who do you go after? When the outcome is not what we expect, who do you go after? The user, the algorithm, or the developer? And the developer may not be around really, or the designer, right? And as you design, your if then else, the else could be such a big bait that you may not have covered some of these aspects itself. So management need to be a lot more alert. They need to be educated on the implications, the responsibility that they have in managing AI data and the outcome of AI. Over to you again.
Thank you, Oliver. Now, in the interest of time, we have another 15 minutes left. So I'm going to be moving on to the more important questions. And the question I'm going to ask, I think it is the most popular question when it comes to artificial intelligence. And that is, will artificial intelligence replace our jobs in the next 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years or so? So what is your opinion on that, Oliver?
Well, this is a question that kind of divides those who are for AI and those who probably don't believe in AI at this point in time, right? It divides them, yeah. So those who believe that AI and technology will be able to support them to get better, they will love it, they will jump into it, and maybe something gets a bit over enthusiastic around that. Those that are a bit skeptical, then they will react to it. Part of it, I believe, lies in the clarity of what AI really can do and cannot do, right? Of course, what AI is many years ago, down to the pandemic and now post-pandemic, and the future will evolve because technology, emerging technology will start to come together and converge and contribute to a higher level of capability to support us. So that's going to happen. So as the technology start to evolve and we see more leading technology coming in to be applied, with 5G, for example, data are going to move a lot faster, a lot more variant. I remember the days when I was Hewlett Packard, um, we did something on e-learning, but the best we can was to do voice over IP. Of course, voice over IP is a very old technology now, right? Now we can do this video call with you live and for me, not on site, and we can do this very quickly and data transmit very fast with no problems. Yeah. So technology is starting to change the way we look at things. So it is very important we start to look at that aspect itself. So will it replace us? I am a firm believer that it will not. I'm a firm believer that it will not, because we human beings will have the capability to adapt. Throughout history, we have discovered many tools. We've used many technologies from Industrial Revolution 1, where you talk about the steam engines, to how IT and cloud technology has supported us. We have adapted. So it is very important that we human beings start to look at technology again, not as a threat, but a tool that we can leverage. So remember my phrase again, right? How can we think of humans as masters of technology and not slave to technology? And if we can take that positive step forward, clearly we will find new jobs. We will find new ways of leveraging technology, using technology to our favor, and we'll have a better quality of life. Back to you.
Navin?
I think that's a very important question. Why? Because this has been the perception for the longest time ever. Will technology remove manpower or remove works from people? People have this fear for the longest time. Let me just put my perspective at least. Technology is here to complement the lives of the many, right? For example, when you say AI is not or never going to replace human. AI is going to be guided by a human, and AI is going to just shift traditional workers to more skilled workers. Let's say in a farm again, you have people literally switching on the pipes, right? Right now, I don't need such people. But these people is where we skill and reskill and upskill them, where they look at data sets. They become more of data scientists in the farms. So technology, or specifically AI, is not here to replace people or remove jobs. It's here to train people to become more skilled based on data, so that they can feed more data accurately, and data can then massage the algorithm for them accurately. So it's complementing, like I said, AI is here to do more with less. Like Oliver clearly said, we are the master of the technology. So the technology will not replace us. We will then govern it so that it can help us to do work for us in the most effective way. Again, summary, AI is not here to replace works. It's here to create more work, more skilled workers. So that's what at MDEC we call about more skilled Malaysians. So from a normal traditional worker, we now have a data relevant worker. So technology is here to stay, and it's here to improve livelihood, not only in terms of revenue profit, but it's also to skill every level of humans across. So yes, fear not. AI is here to help and to complement and make lives easier, not vice versa.
And let me add on to that. Let me add to that. I want to give an example of how jobs have changed over time, right, because of technology. So I remember when I graduated more than 30 years ago, right, the job that we went into was a programmer, right? Programmer, you just do coding. And then over time, the programmer analyst job came out. right? So the programmer and the system analyst were two different roles, but because of the nature of technology, it became one. You become a programmer analyst. Today, users are starting to get a hang of technology. They can do coding on their own, right? And the Excel is one good example. If you cannot wait for IT department to come to your turn to create that report for you, you generate it with your own Excel, right? And today there are many tools out there, right, that allows marketeers, that allows business managers to use low code, no code tools, right, to actually create a decision making product. And one example is a tool called Orange, right? You got Apple, you got Orange. I would wonder when banana is going to come out, right? But if you Google Orange machine learning, right, there is a tool where all you need is to connect the dots between the different data sets, and it generates a code for you and produces a report, right? So jobs will eventually evolve, right? And what we need to learn and remember is we have to relearn, right? The need to upskill, to pick up new skills will keep us going. And in fact, it's going to be so much more enriching. Our life is going to be so much more exciting when we know how to leverage technology to improve our lifestyle. Back to you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Navin. So you guys have heard it today. No terminators will come after your jobs. You guys are safe as long as you keep upskilling yourself, learning, and then we'll be able to see how technology is able to enrich all our lives. Now, just one more question before we wrap up our panel session for today, and that is, what does the future hold for artificial intelligence if it was advanced and developed further? So, Oliver, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yeah, I would love to do that. There is recently quite a huge debate between different scholars in AI. Yan LeCun, for example, is a firm believer of the traditional definition of AI when Alan Turing talked about, being able to mimic complete human intelligence, right? And the other scholar is Gary Marcus, who seems to suggest that the emerging truth about what AI really is may not necessarily equate to human intelligence. In fact, it should be more augmented intelligence. Of course, the two experts are debating over the social media, right? What is right and what's wrong. But clearly, like what we've discussed so far in the whole conversation here, is that we're starting to adopt AI in bits and pieces into our life, right? And AI is so much part of our life, sometimes we do not even realize it. So I see a whole integration where AI technology must eventually be connected to our human values. Our human values are so important that we must not forget what we are here for. And technology must augment what we are here to do. And if we can keep that in mind, and if, between the debate that the two scholars have, I'm sure one day we'll realize that we are really living in an AI world without AI replacing us. That's my parting word.
I'm going to try to summarize that, Oliver. I think very well said. You captured all the points, but in the interest of time, now AI is here to stay, like it or not. So it's how we want to maneuver AI to get the best out of it. You want more, you have more data set, you train it, you get more. For example, again, back on the farmer side, if the farmer can generate 2,000 ringgit, that's per farmer. Say you have 1 million farmers across Malaysia. If everyone uses AI, we talk about food production. The moment you produce more, you reduce the country's dependency on food import. That addresses national food security. Again, on the agriculture space, for a layman discussion purposes. Now, let's say farmers are able to generate more income with digital technology users. That itself will boost the Malaysian digital economy. And that's what we in MDEC preach, and we are mandated to drive digital transformation. So again, ladies and gentlemen, AI is here to stay. It's right now, it's happening in your screen. Look across your room, it's there. It's how and what you want to do with it. So all the best.
Right. Thank you so much, Navi, and thank you so much, Oliver, for joining us here today at our panel discussion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoy our panel discussion for today. Enjoy the rest of the convention.
What a fantastic panel discussion about AI. We all gained a great deal of knowledge and heard fresh viewpoints on the rapidly transforming world of AI and its impact on the global society. Thank you again to all of our panelists for your insightful discussion. With that, now let's go on to our next session with some of our very, very awesome keynote speakers.
Dr. Sasha Ersovsky. I'm a program director of the AI and robotics at Raffles University. And today I will talk about another deep learning approaches used for the brain-machine interaction. Human-computer interfaces or brain-machine interfaces will soon become a standard mode of communication with the computers. There is a lot of research conducted in this field to replace devices used to communicate with the machines, like those devices are keyboards or mouse. But today I will talk about the research that is conducted at the Raffles University, and in this research we was using the EEG brain reader to read the brain signals to communicate with the machines. But recording EEG signals is not something new. Let's say Neminsky, 1912, first recorded the animal EEG signals. Hans Berger, 1924, recorded the first human EEG. And then after that, the EEG recording techniques are developing rapidly, and in 1973, researchers defined the term brain-computer interfaces. After 2019, there was some attempts to use the brain-computer interfaces to synthesize the speech, let's say, and then on 2020, the artificial hand was used with the brain-computer interface. And this year also, I need to tell that Elon Musk started his company Neuralink. So when we are talking about brain-computer interfaces, we can distinguish the two different approaches. First approach, it's an invasive approach, and another approach is a non-invasive approach. So let's talk about research that we performed at Raffles University. So in fact, inspiration for our research came from the neuroscience. As you can see from this slide, there is a sample topography of the cortical activity with vertical and horizontal movement. So in fact, you can conclude that some specific part of brain was activated when we are thinking about the movements. And we use, in our research, we use this property. So when we are thinking about specific movement, neurons and specific area of our brain are activated. Using EEG, we can estimate area and measure the volume of the neural activity. And in fact, with those signals, we can classify the different areas of the brain and neurons activities for every movement intention. This property is used by the deep learning models to decode imagined movements or imagined words. This is the way how we can, in fact, decode imagined movements in order to send the control to machines. So, of course, decoding EEG neural signals, it's a really complex task. And the experiment that is conducted in the Raffles University, we successfully decode the EEG recorded neural signals of the imagined directions. We built a deep learning based classifier, and using this classifier, we was able to distinguish when user think left, right, forward, or backward, and using those information, we was able to control the machines. At the start of our experiment, of course, we collect the data from our subjects using the electrodes, EEG electrodes TP9, TP10, AF7 and AF8, but we was using consumer range wireless EEG reader. Of course, we faced a lot of challenges during our experiment. As you know, in fact, brain dynamics is very complex. Noise ratio is it's really high. So folding of cortex differs between any two persons. So it was very hard to create the model that will manage to decode the brain EEG signals. But we managed to overcome all challenges, and using the signal processing algorithms, we remove the artifacts and prepare signal to be used by the deep learning model. In the second stage of our research, we label EEG data and conduct the signal post-processing. And in signal post-processing, I want to share with you, it was a very interesting observation during our experiments. We try, we in fact give the subject to think left and right, and signals that we post-process in our label data set shows that in fact we have three classes, not only two classes, left and right. So we observed what is this the third class, in where we conclude that this is the noise from other neurons activities. So it's very hard to classify intentions using the standard classifier, because our EEG reader is reading the different thoughts, because our neurons are firing all over the brain. But we managed to solve those problems, and we built the deep learning model and trained the model and achieve a really, really high accuracy of our predictions. In the third phase of our experiment, we developed the novel procedure for the collections of the real-time EEG signals and defined the procedure steps to send the command chain blocks to the machine. It is the big problem today, because we want to control machines in the real time, but the time window in which we need to collect data, process, post-process, classify the data, and send the commands to the machines, it's very short. But with our approach, we manage to do it in the really, really short amount of time. It's about 2 seconds. As you can see in this slide, you can see our architecture. So, in fact, EEG reader wireless is connected using the Bluetooth connection with the computer, and then computer it's connected to the educational drone or educational robot using the Wi-Fi connection. We will collect, in fact, brain signals from the EEG reader. Then we will process the signals, classify the signals, and this classification, let's say left and right, will be sent as a command to the drone. Of course, complete pre-processing, feature extraction, and feature classification was done on the computer. Here we are talking about the brain-computer interfaces. Why? Because, as you can see from the given slide, investment in the brain-computer interfaces research rapidly increasing in the last few years. But brain-computer interface will become a novel approach in the communication between the humans and the machines. And of course, the signal that Elon Musk also invested in Neuralink give us the hope that it will be more and more investments in the brain-computer interfaces. In fact, that we will step in the new era of communication with machines. Where we can use this technology and how we can use this technology. So, of course, different applications and studies are done with non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. We can check and or follow the pattern, sleep pattern analysis. So we can detect fatigue or the mental workload. We can perform the mental workload analysis. We can do the emotion analysis. We can control the devices, robotic arms or wheelchairs. We can also build a personal identification system using the brain waves. Very interesting approach. It's an approach called My Brain, it's my password, because we can use the personal identification system that are using our brain waves. Of course, we can use the brainwaves in educational fields. Of course, we can use for the video games. And there is another wave of implementation. It is the military field, where brain-computer interfaces was used by the soldier to test and pilot the swarm on the drones. And it was done by the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, in United States. Of course, we can control the wheelchair. We can build the exoskeleton and control the exoskeleton using our brain waves. Of course, prosthetic control of severe disabilities such as tetraplegia and locked-in syndrome. We can use for the lie detection, drone control, robot control, or smart home appliances control. So, as you can see, we can use our brain to communicate and control the machines or create a personal identification using our brain waves. Since we finished our model and finished our experiment, we evaluated and tested our model using an educational robot hand, and we used also educational quadcopter or educational drone, and perform experiments as a proof of the concept, give us the promising result and the direction for the future research. But I need to ask you one question. Technology is available currently. So what was this biggest challenge for the commercial implementation of brain-computer interfaces? When you think about it, you will see that, in fact, you will conclude that each person has a different brain signal patterns. It's a big challenge to build a classifier model that can be used by any person. Yes, in our research at Raffles University, we solve also this challenge and make a huge step forward towards the commercial implementation of brain-computer interfaces. Of course, in the future work, we want to improve created models, and of course, as I can see the future, how I can see the future, in fact, of brain-computer interfaces. They can leverage the human input to enable the robot to dynamically learn human-like policies and act autonomously and learn from the humans. Now, at the end of my presentation, I would like to share with you a video of our experiments. Thank you.
Raffles University researchers, led by Associate Professor Dr. Sasa Arsavsky, developed a novel deep learning architecture for decoding EEG brain signals. A novel approach to the analysis and processing of EEG signals has enabled direct control of machines using brainwaves. These are some of our experiments.
A great day ahead. I don't know if you're looking at it in the morning or in the afternoon. A big thank you, of course, to Adapt for having me again. I think it's the third or the fourth time being one of their speakers. Who am I? I'm Dr. Daniele Gambero, propenomist, president of the Malaysian PropTech Association, big passionate about numbers, big data, analytics, and more. And today I'm going to present the back end of smart city development. Smart cities are everywhere. Everyone is talking about them, are becoming the big buzz. There are a lot of plus, minus, pros, cons in smart city. There are new smart city coming up. There are also all the cities which have been or are undergoing the process of retrofitting towards becoming a smart city. All these bring challenges, and as we all know, challenges means opportunities. Let's share screen and start my very short presentation on smart cities. 1 second, please. What we all should know about the why smart cities as a first thing, and what will benefit all of us in the moment in which smart cities will be developed. What is a smart city? A smart city, the word smart identify a deep dive and deep use of information and communication technology to enhance livability, workability, sustainability, community creation, transaction, and whatever more. Urbanism and city evolution from dumb cities like this towards smart cities. The process has been starting very long ago, more than 50 years ago, when Los Angeles created the first urban big data project, a cluster analysis of Los Angeles. Here is a bit of a timeline and milestone of 1974 till 2022, where we are, with a big milestone set in 2015, when the Sustainable Development Goals have been first launched and undersigned by 159 governments around the world. Now, what is forward? Moving forward, we are looking at, within the next 8 years, by the year 2030, an increase of number of cities in the world with a population above 10 million. Megalopolis, so-called. And the bigger a city becomes, the smarter the city needs to be. Moving from dumb city to tech and smart city before entering in understanding what is the back-end office, what is the backbone, what is the indispensable backscene of smart cities. Becoming more sustainable. Becoming prompt to react when someone starts shouting the house is on fire. Not because the house is on fire, but because the planet Earth is on fire. And when there is fire, we all need to rush with our action, constructive and productive action. Is what Greta Thunberg, one of the most famous SDG activist, environmental activist in the world. She has been speaking in front of world leaders for several years now. And she has been promoting, I don't want your hope, I want you to act, and I need you to act today, not tomorrow. Don't do too much planning, don't lose too much time in thinking what to do or if to do. Do it, because the 17 goals defined in 2015 by the United Nations and 198 countries from all around the world need to be achieved by the year 2030. And we are still far behind it. In property, in the real estate, we have a dedicated goal, which is SDG 11 for sustainable cities and communities. But automatically, in the moment in which a city becomes a smart city, the smart side of these cities will help in reducing poverty, reducing hunger, providing good health and well-being to all the inhabitants of the smart city, equality education, gender equality, clean water, and so on and on till the goal 17, what I define the most important of the SDG goals, because it's the partnership for the goals. SDG is what? It's about delivering value in a trustable, transparent manner to all the stakeholders, considering the impact that a company, a government, an action, an initiative could have both on people and planet, and going above and beyond to behave responsibly. Here I give you some very simple example of application of environmental actions, social actions, and governance actions, starting from your home living, bringing it to school, work, and then asking the people that are ruling the country to attain to these very important guidelines. Important also to know how the 17 goals are actually divided within these three pillars of environmental, social, and governance. Environmental is all related to action which are helping the environment to be preserved, high respect for biodiversity, and responsible use of resources. Social has to do with people. So all the activities where people are involved, such as quality education, work, balance between men and women, reducing inequalities. There are still too many wars against too few hyper-rich. Things should be a bit more balanced for the future. Of course, the sustainable citizen community in a peaceful and filled up with justice environment. And last but not least, the partnership for all the goals. And then we get governance where the government and the CSR activities of big and small corporate can help in reducing poverty and hunger, providing good health and well-being to everyone as a right, decent work for everyone, and industry and innovation movement towards better infrastructure and a more smart way of living in smart cities. Going back to the smart city pillars and the smart city concept, we all know that smart cities are based on 6 pillars. Actually, we're based on 6 pillars. From environment to mobility to economy, people, governance, and living, those 6 areas of interest were and are deeply touched by introduction of digitalization. And the 6 pillars of smart cities, action-wise in terms of ESG and ISDG, are very easy to be looked at under the 3 areas of intervention: environment, social, and government. So those are the principles that should be the inspiring backstage push for smart city to be developed. Back to smart city. Why this term smart city, after being launched in the 70s, has become the big hoo-ha in the last few years and has been rapidly growing since the year 2000. Point one, because urban challenges are rising all around the world. The urban population is increasing, urban poverty is becoming a social issue, resources are very limited, and we need to consume them, to use them in a very responsible manner. And thanks God, technology is beside us as the biggest ally in this developing process towards more smart cities. Technology innovation is available at very affordable values and to be implemented in a very easy manner. can be implemented understanding first what is the reason behind the why behind the smart cities adoption, not only by people, but mostly by government, because the smart city adoption process starts with a kickoff from top down. So there are 3 models that have been identified around the world. The blue dots on the map here are showing you the status of development of smart cities. Now, the first is the commercial model. The commercial model is very common and popular in North America. The second, which is the Western, again, the first one was US, this one is more applicable and more applied in Europe, is good, but you cannot have an exceeding component of social, totally forgetting either environment and government or government and put in a bit of environment. So should be a balanced manner of approaching. And then there is the model that we are using the most in Asia, the institutional model, where the modeling of smart city, as I was mentioning a few slides ago, is a top-down drive by governments as part of institutionalized smart city strategies. They're usually aligned to well-defined political agendas and involve a high level of government participation. But again, if the government is the one kicking off a smart city project, businesses and people living in the subject city will, in one way or the other, contribute to the success of the smart city development integration. So these are the 3 models. The one that I prefer the most is the institutional, because big changes should always be driven by the top towards the down. All the aspects of our living day in a smart city are daily based, touched and impacted by technology, which somehow we have been experiencing a little bit during the last 2 years, during the pandemic, when we were all closed in our homes. We have been understanding how much in technology, digitalization, digital transformation have been impacting our day-to-day life. I was showing to you this image one few minutes ago for the impact in terms of environment, social, and government. I use this same image to highlight the 7th pillar, which has been introduced less than 5-6 years ago, within the pillars indispensable to be looked at and properly developed if we want to achieve smart city development. This pillar is the smart digital infrastructure. So how a smart city should be thought about? The very, very first thing is the human-centric approach. Cities are dumb. With or without technology, they will remain dumb if are not human-centric. Humans are the one, we are the one living, working, playing, learning, and much more in our cities. So we need to be considered in an extremely inclusive manner. When I say inclusive, I mean children, women, elderly, disabled. All of them should be taken in consideration when thinking about the development of a smart city. Then only I build a digital infrastructure or smart digital infrastructure. I need a backbone where I can plug all my needs as a citizen and where the service providers will plug in all their replies in such a manner that whatever else is in the market, being it private, public, or government controlled or whatever else, will be plugged into the digital infrastructure, becoming connected and fully interconnected with all citizens. This is what smart city means. Nothing less than this. The backstage of a properly developed smart city, the smart digital infrastructure. Part of it will be blockchain in the future. Some cities are already implementing the blockchain as a backbone, but the blockchain is only a electronic ledger which hold data. You need the infrastructure or 5G. 5G is another component of the smart digital infrastructure. You need the network where everything will be connected. Then only we will be able to see truly realized smart city project. Here we have the big opportunities in a smart city development project. Don't look at big things, just look at the basic problem statement, challenges that smart cities are having today. Traffic congestion is still the top king of all the issues: corruption, security, health services, air pollution. Here on this slide, you can have a very easy reference on the challenges of today for a better future. And of course, we all need to keep in mind that we are closely connected when we are citizen of a smart city. What does it mean? That there must be a give and take type of relationship. We want better service. Do we want to allow people to tap into our personal data? Do we want to have a higher security? Do we want people to collect our bio data in terms of facial recognition or thumbprint or whatever? Do we feel that implementing a digital transformation top down in the government can increase the trust in authorities? Keep in mind one thing: computers, AI are not lying. They just get data, store data, return data, and the data is untouched. So implementation of a full digital transformation process will for sure increase the trustability of our government. And last but not least, let's use more cashless transaction compared to the cash transaction, because e-wallet, e-payments, payment gateways are today plenty of available in the market. So with this, I've been completing this short introduction to smart cities. You get in touch with me if you want to know more. I am a consultant for several smart city and smart township projects in different areas. I am a certified consultant, actually, just recently, and I can help you in understanding better the smart city. You can follow me, of course. You can follow me on LinkedIn. Scanning this barcode will connect you directly to my LinkedIn account, or you can follow me in Facebook. One more thing that I would like to recommend to all of you: go and have a look at the website of Malaysian PropTech Association, which has been growing consistently for the last 5 years. We have today more than 100 members, and we keep on leaving an impact, a positive impact in the Malaysia built environment, and not only. We are becoming more and more a global player, I would say. With this, I've been completing my short presentation. Hope all of you have been finding it interesting. And again, connect with me to know more. Connect with me to keep on learning new things, as I am too, every single day. So let's go back to a face-to-face type of closing. Thank you again, Adapt, IQIGI, for inviting me again to your annual event, and looking forward to the next year one, which I heard should be a physical one. Thumbs up to you guys and girls. Bye-bye, and have a great day ahead. Bye-bye.
大家好，我是 Neil。今天我们的主题是 Web3。转眼间，疫情已经持续了3年，各行各业因为疫情的发生了变化，互联网也不例外。尤其今年，大家是不是可以听到 Web3 的名字？那 Web3 是什么呢？它会如何影响我们的未来世界呢？当下我们处在 Web2 的时代，之前是 Web1，其区别是 Web1 是只读，比较有代表性的是当年的雅虎。雅虎新闻和雅虎邮件都曾经名噪一时，而 Web2 则是可读可写，也就是可以交互的，比如 Facebook 这类的社交平台，具有丰富的交互性。顺应时代的发展 ，Facebook 已经改名为 Meta， 表明了小达同学要全面拥抱元宇宙的决心。我们今天的主角 Web3 在 Web2 的基础上更进一步，变成了可读、可写、可拥有。这里的可拥有指的是数据所有权。那 Web2 时代广为诟病的一大问题是 Google、Facebook 这类大公司对我们的数据拥有所有权，也就是无偿挖掘我们的数据，并拿来变现，成为了他们的主要的盈利模式。而 Web3 正是为改变这一大问题而生。今天我们说的 Web3 是在2014年由以太坊联合创始人兼 CTO 的冈文沃提出来的，他以区块链为基础，拿回数据所有权，真正做到我的数据我做主。那 Web2 的后半场，人们已经意识到了数字堪比石油，所以也就有了数字石油的概念。随着硬件，尤其 4G、5G 的迭代，每天由人类及各种设备产生的数据也越来越多。各国也针对数据制定了各类的法律法规，比如欧洲的 GDPR、大陆的数据隐私法等等。在这些框架下，数据所有权就成了重中之重。什么数据归谁所有，摆在用户和平台面前的新问题。传统技术很难界定数据所有权的问题，往往存在了模糊或者模棱两可的情况。区块链成了解决这类问题的可行方案之一，且目前看是最优的方案。区块链结合了应用密码学、共识算法、分布式数据库等技术，把数据的认证和交互从平台回归到了用户本地。一些关键的交互，例如登录的身份确认、转账等，需要用户在本地做一个签名的动作才能完成，而这个签名是被现代非对称算法的密码学所保证的，极其安全。进一步，有了清楚的数字所有权，数字石油成了新时代的数字资产，资产就具备了所有权、所有权转移、资产价值、可交易等属性。那数字经济需要数字资产，数字资产需要数字的确权，数字确权需要数字身份，所以数字身份是这一切的基础。而当下的各类 Web3 项目都是围绕数字身份展开的，比如今年火起来的 DID 的概念，以及涉及到确权就会涉及到身份，而身份盗用或者冒用也是 Web2 时代的一大沉疴。在 Web3 里，区块链相关的技术也就一并把这个问题解决了。Web3 独具魅力，这也是 A16Z 这类硅谷头部投资机构青睐它的原因。那国内的几个大的 VC 也在不同的场合表示未来要 all in Web3。在 Web3 的领域，比较知名的是 ENS， 它是一个基于以太坊公链的分布式域名解析系统，用后缀 .eth 来做域名。比如我有一个 ENS 域名 neomr.eth， 它指向一个以太坊的外部钱包地址。提到域名，大家都知道，因为在互联网的链接里，各种设备和系统只认识 IP 地址，而 IP 地址是很不容易记住的，域名就是方便大家记忆的。 比如在浏览器敲入 JD.com 就会进入京东的主页。同样的，还有 mi.com 是小米家的 ，QQ.com 是腾讯家的，而 Apple.com 就是苹果了。域名其实是 Web1 时代的产物，其主要目的是让别人方便找到你的网站。到了 Web3 时代，域名是淡化了，但新的问题出现了，就是基于非对称密码学的地址是一长串的字符，跟 IP 地址一样难记，于是有了 ENS 这种服务。在 Web3，ENS 这类域名既方便的让用户找到某个特定的服务，也方便让用户找到某个特定的人。风起云涌的 Web3 大潮，不仅有 ENS 这类的 DID， 也有各种 DAPP。今天我们的移动互联网有各种 APP 组成。今天手机的处理能力和 5G 的速度，已经让手机在很多场合取代了电脑，成了必需品、必备品。这也是 Web2 的一大特征。而 APP 取代了网站。Web3 的 DAPP 是 Distributed APP 的缩写，也就是分布式 APP。DAPP 最大的特征是彻底改变了 Web2 时代 APP 的注册和登录的过程。今天我们要使用一款 APP， 基本就需要手机号注册，而手机号是实名的。在 Web2 的移动互联网时代，手机号的使用场景大大超越了身份证号，这也带来了各种隐私和安全问题，比如电信诈骗。Web3 的 DAPP 的注册和登录方式则大大的不同。在 DAPP 的交互里，你无需提供任何的手机号、邮箱或者身份证号，只需要链接一下钱包即可完成。这个钱包管理着你的身份和你的权限，现在大致可以理解成一个类似于银行 U 盾的软件的 U 盾。这种简单、高效、安全的交互方式，极大改善了交互的安全性和隐私性。而且 DAPP 运营方除了知道你公开的钱包地址之外，没有其他你任何的信息。这也是各大机构和公司看好 Web3 的原因之一。当完成了数字身份和确权之后， Web3 里的数字就变成了真正的数字石油，可以流淌的价值，数字资产也就成了现实。有了这些基础，个人产生的内容都可以在脱敏之后明码标价进行数字交易，这也是数字资产的交易，这也是区块链被称为价值互联网的原因。Web2 时代的个人内容的创作者也终于有了出头之日，不再依托垄断平台的流量，不再挣扎在大 V 赢家通吃的悲惨境地，可以凭自己的实力跟 DAPP 运营方明明白白的分账。Web3 的未来充满了无限的可能，但当下还在萌芽期，还有各种的不足。比如钱包是依赖一种叫助记词的东西来保护所有信息和权限的。助记词一般是12个或者24个单词，在生成钱包的时候需要抄录下来并保管好。因为非对称算法的一大特性是，一旦丢失了这些助记词，钱包里的身份和资产就永远找不回来了。这对于习惯于 Web2 的各位是个不小的挑战，毕竟这是密码朋克玩出来的东西，没有很好的适合小白的用户体验。不过好消息是，这块已经引起重视，并且也有很多团队在着手努力解决和改善这一块。这是个短时间内会有重大改善和突破的小门槛，不用太过担心。另外一个问题就是数字资产的安全性。许多 Web2 甚至 Web1 时代的坏人都已经进入 Web3 领域了，比如钓鱼攻击、木马攻击等等。所以依赖 Web3 健壮的密码学的同时，安全意识还是一刻也不能放松。尤其 Web3 几乎不依赖任何第三方机构，也就是没有银行这类机构，数字资产一旦丢失，几乎无法找回。你的资产你要自己做主，所有权做主，安全也要做主。任何新生的事物都会面临各种挑战，前路注定不会太平。但 Web3 大趋势已经不可逆转了，未来是充满各种挑战和机遇的， Web3 的风一起，未来的精彩，让我们拭目以待。谢谢大家。
Thanks to all ADAPT speakers for such an engaging conversation. I've learned a lot and I hope that you have as well. Write in the comment sections if you think brain-controlled machines will be a reality. What do you think? Let us know and we would love to know your thoughts. While you're thinking about that, it is time for another giveaway. Today, in room 2, we are giving out a JBL Charge 4 portable Bluetooth speaker. Be sure to scan the QR code on the screen to answer the question. And the question is, what are the 3 main elements of ADAPT International Convention 2022? Easy, right? Be sure to scan the QR code and choose your answer, and one of you will be the lucky winner of the JBL speaker. Of course, the winner will be announced on our Facebook page, IQR Global, so be sure to like and follow our page and await the announcement. Now it's time for us to put the empowering session aside for a little bit of an entertainment. All of us love to be entertained, and of course, music is a form of entertainment. It brings joys to our heart, smiles to our lovely faces, and connects us to the people that sometimes we don't even know. That said, let's welcome our next performer, Jude Maxon Ben Singh and Kyle. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. We'll watch it together.
Stop the clocks, it's amazing. You should see the way the light dances off your head. A million colors of hazel, golden and red. Saturday morning is fading. The sun's reflected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes are caught in your gaze all over again. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in a winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness softly clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. The weather outside's changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. The radio is playing iron and wine. This is a new dimension. This is a level where we're losing track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. Afterglow.
I met you in the dark, you lit me up. You made me feel as though I was enough. We danced the night away, we drank too much. I held your hair back when when you were throwing up. Then you smiled over your shoulder. For a minute I was stone cold sober. I pulled you closer to my chest, and you asked me to stay over. I said I already told you. I think that you should get some rest. I know I loved you then, but you'd never know. 'Cause I played cool when I was scared of letting go. I know I needed you, but I never showed. I wanna stay with you until we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I'll wake you up with some breakfast in bed. I'll bring you coffee with a kiss on your head. I'll take the kids to school, wave them goodbye, and I'll thank my lucky stars for that night. When you looked over your shoulder, for a minute I forget that I'm younger. I wanna dance with you right now. Ooh, and you look as beautiful as ever, and I swear that every day you get better. You make me feel this way somehow. I'm so in love with you, and I hope you know, darling, your love is more than love, it's waiting gold. We've come so far, my dear, look how we've grown. I wanna stay with you till we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. I wanna live with you, even when we're ghosts. You were always there for me when I needed you most. I'm gonna love you till my lungs give out. I promise till death we part, like in our vows. So I'll sing this song for you. Now everybody knows that it's just you and me till we're growing old. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an incredible journey with all of you on board the ADAPT International Convention 2022. It has been an absolute pleasure for me hosting for you all in the last 2 days. Before we wrap up the day, we would like to thank GYIQI for organizing such a wonderful and impactful convention. Not to forget our prestigious speakers worldwide for sharing their knowledge and, of course, their wisdom. Lastly, a big shout out to our sponsor Exim, partners in media and universities for creating a foundation for such a successful event. We will be back with more magnificent speakers and an incredible convention next year as well. So thank you so much for joining us for the ADAPT International Convention 2022. It has been a pleasure, and of course, see you next year. Dante signing off.